Good afternoon, everybody. This is the planning and zoning of the city of Socorro, Texas. It is June 6, 5:36 p.m. We call this meeting to order.
Good afternoon. Item number 2, establishment of quorum. Andrew Arroyos,
Here.
Enrique Cisneros,
Here.
David Estrada,
Here.
Julie Dominguez, absent. Osvaldo Reza, absent. Maria Martinez, absent. We have a quorum with 3 commissioners present. Item number 3, notice to the public, open forum. Lisbeth, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Item number 4, consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Second.
I have a motion made by Andrew Arroyos to approve and second by David Estrada. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains?
Abstain.
Motion carried. Regular agenda discussion and action. Item number 5, public hearing request for the proposed conditional use permit at the property being Block D, Lot 9C, Vinedo Acres, Replat B, located at 11115 Perlet Street, Socorro, Texas, to allow for a commercial tow truck to be parked inside the property in accordance with Section 46-237 conditional use. Mr. Arroyos?
Afternoon, we open public hearing at 5:37.
Silvestre Rios, if you could please come up to the podium. If you would like to speak in reference to the item, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I do.
State your name.
Bueno, voy a hablar en español. Yo creo que me pueden entender un poco mejor. Mi hermano y yo estamos viviendo ahí desde el...
¿Su nombre, señor?
Silvestre Ríos, perdón. Mi hermano y yo estamos viviendo en este lugar. El número de él es 1111-1 y luego el mío 1111-7 y luego atrás era una parte de mi cuñado. Él vendió allí ese lugar. Las personas que compraron allí empezaron pues sin trocas, ya metieron 2 trocas ahí, entran y salen casi todos los días. Pero tenemos, a pesar de que ya estamos viejos, tenemos hijos y nietos y bisnietos ya, y ellos andan, cuando nos visitan, andan para uno y para otro, y esta persona pues sí usan las trocas hasta el domingo. Y yo quisiera que si los pudieran remover de allí, yo creo que está bien. Esto es lo que quisiera decir. No tengo nada contra las personas en sí, pero sí no quiero las trocas ahí. Yo soy troquero también, desde que tenía 18 años, en el servicio militar y todavía seguí de troquero apenas. Apenas tengo 2 meses que dejé de troquear. Yo sé lo que digo por la razón de que, a pesar de que son buenos troqueros los que entran y salen allí, uno no sabe cuándo, ojalá nunca pase un accidente. Por esa razón no quiero las trocas ahí, pues, principalmente. Es todo.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Just for the record, Mr. Osvaldo Reza has joined the meeting.
We will close public hearing at 5:40.
Item number 6, consider and take action on the proposed conditional use permit at the property being Block D, Lot 9C, Vinedo Acres, Replat B, located at 11115 Perlet Street, Socorro, Texas, to allow for a commercial tow truck to be parked inside the property in accordance with Section 46-237, conditional use. Mr. Botello?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Jose Botello, planner with the City of Socorro.
Item number 6 is the conditional use permit request for 11115 Perlet Street. So the summary of the request is for approval of a conditional use permit to allow for a commercial tow truck to be parked inside the property. Some background on this case: the zoning for the property is R1, single-family residential. The size of the lot is 0.6 acres. Once again, the address is 111115 Perlet Street. It's a residential area. And once again, the request is to approve a conditional use permit to allow for a commercial tow truck, to be parked inside the property. Planning and zoning staff recommends approval with the condition that the owner abides by section 46-237, subsection 5, parking of commercial vehicles. And so, to be specific, that ordinance, in terms of parking commercial vehicles within the property, it outlines that A, the property in which the vehicle is parked consists of a lot of 1/2 an acre or more in size, which complies. No mechanical work shall be allowed at such property. Vehicles must be parked on a concrete slab. The location of the slab cannot interfere with the on-site ponding area. D states that vehicles shall not idle for more than 15 minutes at a time. And as the previous constituent mentioned, with him noticing a couple of vehicles within the property, this section E states that only one vehicle may be allowed per lot, and the vehicle must stay on site, and at no time shall it be parked on the public street or right-of-way. And the last one, at no time shall tractor trailers be allowed to be stored on a residential lot. And so, moving forward, the location map shows where this conditional use permit is being requested, which is on Perlet Street. The next slide shows Vinedo Acre subdivision, which is the subdivision where this request is being obtained. As you can see, most of the subdivision is primarily R1 zoned. And these are some pictures of the property. The property, you cannot see, the trail is what leads to that specific property. And then you see here the aerial image of the property, as well as the public notice that was given to the constituents within 200-foot radius of the property. And lastly, the site plan, which shows the area where the applicant is thinking of putting the concrete slab as part of the requirement from the code for their commercial truck. And so once again, the summary of the request is for approval of a conditional use permit to allow for a commercial tow truck to be parked inside the property. And at this time, I can answer any questions you guys may have.
Does the applicant here?
I don't believe they're here. They were notified.
And this is just for the tractor itself, the truck part, right? Not the trailer, just, it's
Correct.
just for the front part of the truck.
Correct, yes, sir.
Is it a tow truck or a tractor?
It's a tow truck.
So like an 18-wheeler, semi?
The exact specifics of the vehicle itself, I'm not too sure, but the applicant let me know that it was a tow truck.
So it is a tow truck, not the
yeah.
front part of an 18-wheeler.
Mhm. Yeah, no, not the front part.
It's a
And,
tow truck.
yeah.
Is he gonna, crazy question, right, but is he gonna be parking vehicles there? There's people back there raising their hand, I don't know if they can talk.
I don't know if we can suspend the rules to let him answer that question, if it's a tow truck or an 18-wheeler.
Yes, correct. So do we have to, what, can I just allow him to speak on, or do I have to open the motion for?
I'm sorry, I kind of missed that.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the gentleman wants to show us, I guess, a picture of what they're wanting to park there or whatnot. Do we have,
Yeah, you'd have to reopen, or I guess you could ask a question if you want, or anybody in planning zoning.
So we'd like to suspend the rules so that we can get to see what kind of vehicle that is parking on the property?
Yeah, I think that's fine, right. The chairperson can suspend it if he wants.
okay, we'll suspend it and so that way we can see the picture, please.
¿Nos puede enseñar qué tipo de vehículo es el que está estacionando en la propiedad, por favor? ¿Son dos? Ok. Es como un crane, ¿no? Son...
Son dos, no tow trucks.
Ok.
Tiene fotos de lado.
I'm sorry. I think I messed up. He's not the applicant.
Yeah, he's the applicant.
No, usted... No. Usted no es el que está aplicando para el permiso, ¿verdad? No, he's not the applicant. He's the neighbor. Yeah, he's the next door neighbor. Si les quiere enseñar a los demás la foto, ¿no?
Pero del lado norte.
Del lado no lo tengo, pero sí son más largos que una...
Que un day camp, así es, más largo que un day camp.
Sí, son más... están más largos.
Looks like a crane. Yeah, okay. I'll answer that right now. Muchas gracias.
Está bien, muchas gracias.
Ya con eso es bastante. Gracias. So the way that I looked at it, it looks like it's a crane, or like Mr. Reza was telling us, you said that it might be,
It might be a commercial tow truck. We're asking for compliance for a tow truck, so it could be a commercial tow truck with a crane.
I was speaking to your,
So I'm saying it looks like a commercial tow truck. We don't have a side view of it. We only have a front view of it. He is specifying it is longer than a day cab 18-wheeler. So it could be a commercial tow truck for all we know. It looks like it has a crane in the back. Then at this point, it's something different than a regular tow truck. We're talking about 3 axles here.
yeah. I have some more questions. Mr. Body, so because this is a city regulation, and it's a conditional use permit, when this was recently approved, and I remember that it was very contentious, it didn't quite go to city council at 100%. My question is, being with all that said, what is the criteria that we can take into account for declination or approval so that we can give our best recommendation to city council, so that it doesn't have to be appealed at anywhere else?
Okay, so you want to know the criteria for which,
To either approve or decline.
okay. I mean, well, really, we need to follow the ordinance, and it's got the things in here, I think we want to pull it back up there on the screen. You know, the only guidance we have is from the ordinance, which mentions the no mechanic work being done to the property, vehicles must be parked on a concrete slab, vehicles should not be out more than 15 minutes, only one vehicle may be allowed per lot, and no time shall tractor trailers be allowed to be stored on a residential lot. So that's really the only criteria that we've got in the ordinance.
So anything from A to F? Okay.
So it cannot be an 18-wheeler, right?
So the code states commercial vehicle. I mean, an 18-wheeler is a commercial vehicle. It's up to interpretation.
Yeah, I think what they're, if you look at F, it says no tractor trailers. So my interpretation would be the cab is fine, but the trailer, the box wouldn't, or the flatbed, or anything above that. One is the applicant isn't here. 2, we've got opposition to it. 3, there's documentation showing that there's more than one commercial vehicle. So I think for me, I'm gonna recommend declination, or not to approve it. It can go, that person still has access to go to city council. they can also, I think this is going to be the first test for this conditional use, which I think is a good thing.
I have a couple questions.
Mr. Estrada?
How wide is the access road leading to that property? Or the trail, you mentioned the trail or that road, how wide is it?
24 feet.
24 feet, okay. The applicant isn't here, is he living on site? Does he live there?
Yes.
He does live there? So there's existing structure, there's a home there?
Yes, sir, correct.
I have another question. If and when if this gets approved today or somewhere else into the future, not only would they would also have to change, correct me if I'm wrong, from residential to that, there's a new designation for commercial and residential property, mixed use. So my question is, in the event this gets approved at any point, they would also have to come back and change from residential to mixed use?
No, that's the purpose of a conditional use permit. In any zoning district, you have uses that are just straight out allowed outright, and then you have conditional uses which would require this additional review and are at the discretion of city council per your recommendations. And they're just extra, they maybe offer a little more of an additional, I'm lacking. Yeah, no, they're a little more intense than what's allowed in the outright, and just wanting the opportunity to allow the neighboring residents to voice their opinion. Is it a nuisance? Is it going to be bothersome to the neighbors? It's a little more, but maybe the neighborhood needs it. And this conditional use would allow it.
I don't have any questions.
Did the applicant notify that he was anything on the weather? Is there any reason why he's not here?
No,
He was notified.
we did reach out to him to notify him of today's case for his conditional use permit, but we didn't hear back from them.
Okay. I don't think we should open Pandora's box, right? As far as this is a conditional use permit, but that allows the next neighbor and the next neighbor to come in, and the ordinance is already there that 18-wheelers cannot be parked in residential areas. I think this kind of opens that criteria a little bit. We have the ordinance already. I think it should be a motion to deny for that reason. And then the applicant isn't here. That's the other one
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
I'd like to make a motion for denial based on that they do not meet the criteria for the conditional use.
Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion made by Enrique Cisneros to deny, second by David Estrada. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Motion denied. Motion carried. Item number 7, consider and take action on the proposed approval of the Socorro Logistics Center Unit Number 3, final plat located at North Loop and Logistics Center Court, being portion of Track 13A, Block 5, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas. Mr. Botello?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Once again, Jose Botello, planner with the City of Socorro. Item number 7 is the Socorro Logistics Center Unit 3 final plat. So the summary of the request is for approval of the Socorro Logistics Unit 3 final plat. Some background on this, and I apologize, the zoning is ICMUD for this property. The size of the property is 6.52 acres. It's located on North Loop Drive. The proposed and current land use is ICMUD, and the request is for approval of the Socorro Logistics Unit 3 final plat. Planning and zoning staff recommends approval, and the preliminary plat was approved by City Council on January 5th, 2023. And so here you see the location map. The The purple line outlines the city of Socorro city limits, and this plat does share the other portion with the city of El Paso. And here's the zoning map with the designation for ICMUD in the purple. And some property pictures showing the view of the property from North Loop Drive. The boundaries you can see in yellow. And also an aerial image where you can see the yellow line outlining the part that pertains to the city of Socorro. And here's the preliminary plat that was approved January 5th by City Council, followed by the final plat. And moving forward, this is a master plan showing the area in red where this final plat is located. It's part of a master plan for the Socorro Logistics Center. And once again, the summary of the request is for approval of the Socorro Logistics Unit 3 final plat. And we also have the applicant's representative, Mr. Grajeda, here present if you guys have additional questions.
I don't have any questions.
We've seen it before.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion made by Andrew Arroyos to approve, second by Enrique Cisneros. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Motion carried. Item number 8, consider and take action on the proposed approval of preliminary and final plat for the Vanguard subdivision located at 11340 Gateway East Boulevard, beginning tracks 1Y and 1Y1, Lay Clark Survey, number 293, abstract 6257, Socorro, Texas. Mr. Botello?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Jose Botello, once again, planner for the city of Socorro. Item number 8 is the Vanguard subdivision preliminary and final plat. And so the summary of the request is for approval of the Vanguard subdivision preliminary and final plat. Some background on this case, it's currently zoned M1 light industrial. The size of the property is 18.37 acres. It's situated along Gateway Boulevard East and Alyssa Road. The land use is it's currently vacant. For the proposed land use, it would remain M1, and the request is for approval of the Vanguard subdivision preliminary and final plat. Planning and zoning staff recommends approval. So you see here the location map. This lot is situated on Gateway Boulevard East, close to I-10. And this is a zoning map with the current conditions. There's 2 properties that are being platted, as you see in the purple. And some pictures of the property. Sorry. And you can see the property from the top pictures from Gateway Boulevard East, the bottom pictures from the corner of Alyssa Road and Stockyard Road. And this is the portion being shown from the aerial image of the property. And so this is a preliminary plat. And moving forward, this is the final plat. It is being subdivided into 2 non-residential lots. And once again, the summary of the request is for approval of the Vanguard subdivision preliminary and final plat. I believe we also have the applicant's representative, Mr. Sergio, on the line. He can also assist in answering questions you guys may have.
Okay, so I probably asked this question before on a different plat. This one looks real familiar, but we've seen several in this area. We haven't seen this before, correct?
Correct.
We have not. Okay, so the question I have, and I probably asked this before, but can you explain how or why we're looking at the preliminary and the final plat combined? I'm not sure. I'd like clarification on that. Or is there, what's the rule on that, or what's? 'Cause I know it's come up before that the preliminary and the final are combined.
Yes,
But I'm
so
not- yeah.
in instances where there are very few lots, there aren't any road dedications, any subdivision improvements that need to be reviewed and vetted, it is practice to go ahead and allow them an expedited process. In some other communities, you might see it as a short form, and they only get to be heard once by the Planning and Zoning Commission and for their approval or recommendation. So if there aren't any extra conditions, situations related to the property, it would be okay to view it as preliminary and final. And there have been cases that have been brought to your, for your consideration.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, so some of it I think is developer driven. So sometimes they're acting more expedited. If you see some of the applicants, this is more commercial properties. Sometimes they're gonna tell you, well, no, it's gonna take 2 to 3 years to build this thing out. And sometimes if they're just buying the property up front and they're getting permission, they're not ready to actually develop. And they may be coming back to planning and zoning, and they've got to show that they're building, I don't know, a park or improvements, and they've got to show it to the city. They may have to put up a bond. So that process, since it takes longer, sometimes they take their time between those two things. But really, any applicant come here, if they're ready to go, ask for a preliminary and final all at the same time. But I think some of it's developer driven.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Was,
Cisneros.
did anybody, when they got the letters, did anybody call in favor or against?
Plats don't require notification.
They don't require
It's just zoning cases and conditional use permits require the notification of the residents within 200 feet of the property.
Thank you.
And this is gonna be for residential use or
No,
commercial?
it's zoned M1.
Okay.
They are planning on locating a truck sales and maintenance facility.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Questions?
No question.
I don't have any more.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion made by Enrique Cisneros to approve, second by Andrew Arroyos. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Motion carried. Item number 9, consider and take action on the proposed approval of final plat for Sendero Flores Village subdivision located at Sylvia Court, being all tracks 4B and 4C, Block 27, Socorro Grande, Socorro, Texas. Mr. Botello?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Jose Botello, planner with the City of Socorro. Item number 9 is the Sendero Flores subdivision final plat. So the summary of the request is for approval of the Sendero Flores subdivision final plat. My apologies once again on the information provided. This subdivision is can you hear me? Oh, sorry. This subdivision was previously approved by City Council July 1st, 2021, with the condition that all pending reports be submitted prior to recording the final plat, which we're here for today. Those 4 reports were the soils analysis, the schedule of development, the covenants and restrictions, as well as the traffic impact analysis. And so the applicants, moving forward, the applicants did provide the pending reports to comply with the requirements from the July 1st, 2021 City Council approval. And this is a location map. The subdivision is on Sylvia Court, which is within close location to Socorro Road. The zoning map showing the R1 designation for the property. And these are pictures of the property. The yellow area outlines the property's limits. And this is the aerial image of the property. The thick line in yellow is the Socorro Road. And so this is the preliminary plat showing the 15 lots as well as the one ponding area, followed by the final plat. And so once again, the summary of the request is for approval of the Sendero Flores subdivision final plat.
I did want to make 2 clarifications on the conditions and what was submitted. Item 1, the soil analysis was received. The schedule of development was received. It was acceptable. The covenants and restrictions, the applicant and their representative on various occasions notified us that there weren't any codes, covenants, and restrictions. And then the traffic impact analysis, they provided the letter, which might be a little hard to read at the scale that it's at. I don't know if I want to scan it, asking you to, asking the commission not to require that because they had a low traffic numbers. So the reason we presented the conditions, because that's what was approved at City Council, and we asked them to provide those, and this was their response.
So when they don't have any covenants, pretty much they follow Socorro's ordinances and all that, right?
Yes.
Yes, and the traffic impact analysis waiver, as Lorraine mentioned, was requested because the city of Socorro's ordinance requests traffic impact analysis when the peak hour trips are above 50. And so the count in this case was lower than that, so they're asking for a waiver because the traffic would be low impact.
I have a question. And when they said that there was a low traffic numbers, who was that deemed by? Was it deemed by
They're
by
the engineer,
themselves?
the applicant. Are they here to answer any questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Flores? Raul Flores? If you guys have any questions, the applicant is
engineer?
here.
The engineer, no. The applicant is here, but not the
applicant's here,
engineer.
but Not the engineer. Oh,
Good evening. My name is Marvin Gomez. I'm the engineer for the development. And the computation, basically, I mean, it's a standard computation using the ITE manual. It's a standard use, I mean, not only here in El Paso and Socorro, I mean, all over the United States. Pretty much, I mean, we have 15 lots. The trips, I mean, there's equations behind the manual, the ITE manual. And I mean, we're not going to exceed not even 20 trips. I mean, per the requirements from the city of Socorro, like Mr. Mateo said, I mean, it's 50 trips that are required per the ordinance within the city of Socorro. Ours are not exceeding not even half of that. So that's why we're requesting the waiver for the TIA. I mean, there's really, I guess the ordinance is made of, I guess, when you have large developments that are generating a large number of traffic, which the 50 would make sense in that case.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So we cannot deny approval based on a traffic impact center, right? That's been made clear in previous meetings. But the traffic impact center is not only meant to show how the new development's going to affect the ongoing existing traffic that already goes on that road, right? So I live on Flora Eucharist, so I'm very familiar with that situation. I am in favor of the development. I think there should be a traffic impact analysis, not only because of the new homes, but that street is used by that new development, all that Jardín de Flores Park development, along with all the undeveloped or individually developed homes that are behind that development. So that road,
Sylvia Court?
yes, Sylvia Court is an access point to Socorro Boulevard. So I would ask that we require that from the
Well,
developer.
I mean, just keep in mind that.
And let me finish, please. The reason is because we're not going to deny it or approve it, whether whatever the traffic impact shows, we can't approve it or decline it based on what the results are. I think that if we require it, then that's a good thing for the city to know what other, what's going to go through that roadway. Go ahead.
Well, and to answer you from a traffic engineer perspective, I would agree the development in the back, I mean, when that was approved, I'm assuming that there was a TIA prepared for that development. That development that accesses Sylvia, I mean, it's quite large. So that one, I would understand that you would want that development to provide a traffic impact analysis because it's impacting Sylvia. Now, Sylvia, the development that we're talking about, I mean, you're gonna take the numbers, the 14 trips, and you're gonna put it into the equation. It's not gonna tell you anything because based on how this TIA is prepared, we're not gonna put all the traffic that's back there. We're gonna compute what's existing, and we're gonna add the 14 trips to the TIA. So obviously, I'm not gonna be able to present that there's an impact from our development. Now, I would agree that the development in the back, which was very large compared to this one, because I mean, there were several homes built in the back. I mean, those would probably have an impact on Sylvia. And even on the owner for Sylvia, I mean, he already dedicated part of this plat, an expansion of Sylvia Road to provide additional right-of-way to make the road wider. So, I mean, making this development prepare a TIA, I mean, it's not gonna tell you anything as far as the TIA for this development. Now, if you have, like you have in your ordinance, 50 trips or more, then you're talking about finding that development that is going to impact the road, the intersection of Socorro and Sylvia to determine, I guess, what kind of impact it has. But I mean, on this, I mean, what you do is you take your numbers, your existing numbers, and then you add to that the 14 trips over that, the existing numbers that are, and then you do an analysis. So I mean, if I do that, I mean, I'm just going to increase the traffic a little bit and see what kind of impacts I have on Socorro. Let's say on Socorro and Sylvia, is that what we want to analyze?
I understand what you're saying. It's not that we're requiring it. It's based on existing ordinances, right? So you're requesting for us to waive it, right? So it's not something we're imposing on you. It's something that's imposed on every development, and you're asking us to waive it. I personally don't think we should. I'm going to vote that way, and I do recognize and I do appreciate what you did give up to the city, and I think that's going to be an added benefit for the people that buy those lots. But I do want to recognize that we do appreciate that. But I still think that if the city requires you to provide a TIA, and you're requesting us to waive it.
Well, I mean,
Again, if I could, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, the reason we are asking for it was because it was a condition of the preliminary plat. The current ordinance requires a TIA when it produces more than 50 trips. So in this case, if they were presenting this now, they wouldn't be required for the TIA, which is why they're asking for the waiver. So staff is in support of them and their project moving forward and doesn't have an issue, but because it was a part of the approval of the preliminary plat, it would be up to you as the Planning and Zoning Board who made that decision to allow them to grant them that waiver.
I do remember this one particularly because it is down the road from me, but when we did the preliminary plat, we approved it with?
The condition. So I went back to try to find more information as to why they required the traffic impact analysis, and I couldn't find anything in the folder. The Planning and Zoning Commission did not have a digital copy of the meeting available, and not really much was said about the conditions at the city council meeting. So nobody asked questions, nobody raised any concerns, it was just approved with the conditions,
But in this case, it was approved with the condition of,
requiring this.
to require the TIA.
Yeah, that they submit all of the pending reports, and traffic impact analysis was one of them.
Now, in Planning and Zoning's recommendation, it's approval with these conditions, the way they're listed here, right?
No,
Or no,
we're
you're
just
just-
recommending approval of the final plat.
Of the final
And we are providing additional information as background. The preliminary plat was approved on July the 1st by City Council with these conditions.
Okay.
But today's recommendation from staff is that we approve the final plat.
But we did get all 4 of these except the TIA.
The first 2, they asked for the request to waive the TIA, and they say that they have notified us that there are no covenants and restrictions.
Which if we're asking for it, then I would count that as, okay, we're receiving the covenants, there is no covenants.
There are no
right?
covenants.
But we did get the schedule of development, and we did get the
Yep.
soil analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Very well.
So the only thing that's missing is the TIA, the traffic impact.
The TIA, and that they didn't submit, well, we wanted covenants and restrictions, but there are no covenants and restrictions, so that is met, essentially, right?
Okay, so I remember this one, and I think the TIA, we asked for the TIA because of an adjacent subdivision, I think it's Jardín, is that Jardín de Flores, or there's an adjacent subdivision that has access to this proposed plat. And that's why I think we were asking for a TIA, or that was a discussion. So the part, you mentioned 50 cars or 50?
Trips?
50 trips. Who's making that determination right now? Where is that number coming from?
It's part of the City of Socorro's municipal code requirements.
Requirements, but that's an engineering function, so the engineers are providing that information. It's an
Okay, so
engineering
that's-
report.
That's a meter, that's a metric right now, that's where, so who's determining that there's less than 50 trips out there right now? Where's that coming from? Because if that's a meter, we're being told that it's less than 50, therefore the TIA isn't,
That's what the subdivision is going to produce based on the number of homes and the number of projected cars that would be a part of
Okay,
that
so-
subdivision.
So the metric is 50, engineering that, they're saying if there's more than 50 trips, then a TIA is required. If it's less than 50 trips, a TIA is not required. But who is determining right now that it's less than 50 trips? Who's
The
making?
reports, the engineers, the certified engineers that are being paid to submit the reports at the request of the applicant.
What engineers? That, we don't
This is,
have that, we don't
Mr.
have that in front of us, correct? We don't have that paperwork in front of us.
Yes, they're requesting a waiver.
They're requesting the waiver.
They're requesting
on
the
that.
waiver because their engineer has determined that they will not produce that many trips. And that
Okay,
is
so
up
do-
to, it
do
is
it-
up to you to decide whether you would like to grant that waiver or not.
Okay, so the gentleman that was speaking right now, he's the engineer, he's not the applicant, he's the engineer saying that it's less than 50,
Yes.
okay? But we don't have that in writing, it's just the requesting waiver based on,
Yeah, we have the waiver, it's in a small scale, but we have the waiver request in the,
We can try to get a printout of that for the commission here. Because it's
Okay.
really difficult to read, and I apologize that we didn't
It-
include
it-
that
it is.
in full scale on the,
and so, I mean, I can't, you guys
Yeah.
have it. We don't, and do you have this to put this up there? The sheet? And so I think this this goes to a bigger
It
issue.
opens up another can.
Yeah, I mean,
You
we
can't
can't
read
read that. We don't know, so we're being asked to make a decision on what the gentleman is saying, and, you know, no disrespect, he's may be correct, but we're being asked to make a decision on something that we can't read what's here. I mean, if there's a letter from an engineer saying it's not required because of the less than 50, okay, well, good, but the other part of that is that the preliminary was passed with the condition that there would be a TIA, and prior to the final plat being recorded, which means it all passes and the TIA can be submitted after the fact, which I think the process there is that's what's throwing me off.
I have a question. So, the numbers that the engineer is presenting are based off of past reports or actual reports performed on that subdivision, or is he going on past stats? And that's why they're asking for the waiver? I wasn't here back when they passed it the first time, right? So now they need, they're asking to waive it because we're going based off of stats for 15 lots, that we're gonna have less traffic than 50 trips, if I'm understanding right. But there's no survey or exam performed to confirm that there's gonna be less than those trips, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if I could add, if this helps the commission, because I recall this happening probably within the last 12 to 15 months. So whenever this application came through, I think the requirement at the time was to have a TIA. And then the ordinances were changed with the last planning zoning director. I want to say it was in the last year, because I remember the number of trips being inserted in there. And so that's why, so it's changed now. So it wouldn't be required now, I think, as they stated. But yes, at the time when they sought approval, it was a requirement.
And it's not required now for less than 50 trips?
Right.
And they're going based off of 15 lots, assuming 2 vehicles or 1.5 per lot, or what are they going off of?
Yeah, and my, you know, so not being an engineer, but from my understanding from what the engineer mentioned was, I think, and to answer the gentleman's question was, it's a mathematical calculation what they're doing. So nobody's actually going out there and actually counting
Correct.
how many people are going by, but they just look at, okay, you're gonna develop, 5 lots, that's how many, 2 cars per home, this is how many,
Trips.
average would be done in a day, and so if it's over 50, that was my understanding, but I just wanted to.
And can the engineer confirm that's how you come based off of your numbers?
So the way to compute it, I mean,
Can you please come to the mic, please?
Now, before he comes up, I got a quick question. What we're seeing on the screen right now, is that what we're asking? Is that the information that we need?
Yes,
Yes.
that was the request.
That's the new code, right?
No, that is the letter from the engineer
Okay.
asking for the waiver.
You were saying, sir?
So it's a standard manual from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, where it has equations. They publish it every 3 to 5 years, and in there's an equation that they develop. So you have so many lots, and then you have the equation, and then this is the peak hour. So in a peak hour, what we're saying with the ordinance of the City of Socorro, that in a peak hour, during that 1 hour where you're gonna have the peak of traffic, you're gonna have 50 trips. And I mean, a development that has 14, 15 lots, I mean, within that hour, we're saying that we're gonna get more than 3 vehicles out of each house going at that 1 hour at the same time. That's what we're saying. And we're saying that we're not gonna get that many trips. It's gonna be, and that's what we're saying in the letter. Based on the City of Socorro ordinance, the 50 trips is what triggers the TIA. We're just asking that this particular development, it's a really small development, and it's not gonna trigger the 50 trips, that peak hour trips that the ordinance calls for. That's the only thing we're asking, that we're basing it off of the ordinance that the City of Socorro has.
That equation is standard through the city, the county, per se? That's how you guys come up with those numbers? It's a standard equation that you guys use?
Yes, it's a standard equation that is used in the Institute of Transportation Engineers manual.
To make those numbers. That makes a little bit more sense to me. Okay. No other questions?
Any other questions, Mr. Estrada? Mr. Cisneros?
Yeah, it says on there, City of Socorro does not have regulation regarding the minimum amount of trips generated, right? And so this letter is on here, right? This letter is on here, correct? So this section right here is what you gave us, and this is in our package, correct? Right?
I do have a question. The development is going to be 15 lots?
Yes,
And out of 15 lots in the morning, we're looking at, according to the letter, 11 trips in the morning
correct,
out of 15 homes and 15 trips in the afternoon.
correct, in the PM.
And that's based on the engineering equation that,
The Institute of Transportation Engineers that is published out of Washington DC. It's a standard used by all municipalities to develop. In order to come up with some standards on traffic impact analysis, that's the manual that's used to compute trips. In order to develop the trips for developments, right? So to project what the number of trips are going to be based on the historical data that, like residential, right? The land uses, the residential homes, they develop an equation. They come up with an equation. Okay, if you have residential homes, single-family homes, these are the number of trips you have. They say 15. You put the 15 number of trips in there, the 15 homes, and then you come out with the trips, which is the 11 and the 15 trips on the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour.
okay.
Do you, are you representing GRV Integrated?
Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry, can you state your name again?
Marvin Gomez.
Marvin Gomez. So your signature is on this letter?
Correct.
Okay, so I remember the subdivision, we had looked at it way back when, and so I'm satisfied with the letter. I understand what they're saying.
No more questions?
I think it's a great development. I know the area very well. And again, we appreciate what you guys did in giving the city that allotment. I just think that, we looked at this over 2 years ago, or 2 years ago, in a month it'll be 2 years ago. And I think that would have been plenty of time to get the TIA, and we still haven't got it, but fine. I'll take that into consideration.
All right, thank you, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the exceptions of having any covenants, right? Or we just voting on,
Just voting to approve it?
okay, so we don't have to state that we don't need the TIA or,
Or that
Or any covenants.
the conditions of the preliminary plat were met.
Well, I think if we put it that way, then the preliminary plat
Oh, I'm
would have-
sorry, you're right.
would have
You're right. That
Yeah.
waiving the requirement for the traffic impact analysis.
Yeah.
so I'd like to make a motion to approve with waiving that there are no covenants and that we are waiving the TIA with a letter that was provided to us.
I'll go ahead and second it.
I have a motion made by Andrew Arroyos to approve with waiving that there are no cover, and waiving the TA, I'm sorry. Do I have and a second by Osvaldo Reza? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye.
And
I'm sorry, aye.
any abstains? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to item number 10, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman, can you excuse me for about 2 minutes so I can go to the restroom?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you not to go to item 10 until I have an opportunity to come back and read a statement. I'll run over there and come back. Don't give us any more water. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think you just move for a recess for
2 minutes? I don't know.
Make a motion to move into a
Recess?
3-minute recess.
Okay,
Before we start, Mr. Estrada has a statement.
Okay, this is prior to beginning item number 10. Okay, we're going to item number 10, correct?
yes.
Okay. After further review and discussion, I am of the understanding that I am within my boundaries to remain on the board for item number 10, so long as I disclose the following. I am a resident of Rancho Mirabal subdivision. I do not have any type of working relationship or financial relationship with the applicant or with a representative in the present or at any time in the past. Though I can discuss and make recommendations, I will not be making a motion on item number 10, and I will abstain from voting. If there are no objections, we can proceed.
And as council for the seat, that's fine. Yeah, there's no issue with that.
You're good?
Item number 10, consider and take action on the proposed approval for preliminary plat for Vista Bonita Estates Unit 2, being portion of Tract 5, Block 24, San Elizario Grant, El Paso County, Texas. Mr. Botello?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me? Item number 10 is the Vista Bonita Estates Unit 2 preliminary plat. So the summary of the request is for approval of Vista Bonita Estates Unit 2 preliminary plat. Some background on this case. It falls within Socorro's 2-mile ETJ, so there is no zoning involved. The size of the property is 101.81 acres. The address is on Laguna Bonita Avenue. The land use is currently vacant. The proposed land use would be to create residential development for 283 lots, and the request to approve Vista Bonita Estates Unit 2 preliminary plat. So the planning and zoning staff recommends approval with the condition that an updated TIA be provided prior to submitting the final plat. And so this aerial image is from Google Earth dated June 2017 with the boundaries of Vista Bonita Estates seen in yellow. And so moving forward 5 years, July 2022, you can see the areas in red are areas of growth within the city of Socorro, which is why we're asking for an updated TIA to get a better understanding of the traffic conditions. And this aerial image shows the area for the Vista Bonita Estates subdivision. And some current, this is the current traffic impact analysis that we have within staff. And this is a letter from the Public Works Department from El Paso County stating that they accept the parkland requirement that was previously a requirement for the subdivision. And so this is the dedicated parkland that they would be receiving. It would be right above Tres Caballos Drive. And so this is the location map. The thick purple line shows the city of Socorro's city limits. The zoning map, so this is once again within Socorro's 2-mile ETJ, so there is no zoning that we recognize for the area. And these are some of the pictures of the property, And this is the preliminary plat, sheet 1 of 2. And the following is sheet 2 of 2. And so the summary of the request is for approval of Vista Bonita Estates Unit 2 preliminary plat. We also have the applicant's representative, Mr. Romero, here to answer any questions as well.
Did anybody send, is it,
This isn't public hearing, right? So it's just So we would have to open, we would be able to allow people to speak.
That would be up to the chairman.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, so on the bylaws, it does say, and this, it has the order of presentation of public hearing, and chairperson, you can also take anything out of order, if you wish. It says number 1, presentation by staff, number 2, presentation by applicant, number 3, presentation by proponents, number 4, presentation by opponents, and number 5, rebuttal by applicant. But as a chairperson, you can take anything out of order, whichever way you wish.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess we should let it go the way that it's listed on there, if we can let the applicant take take a turn. Hopefully they fixed whatever the complaints were from the last time.
Right. Yes, I think we can keep it like that. So yeah, I guess the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Romero with Train Associates. We do agree with all staff comments, and I'm willing to entertain any questions you all may have. From the last P&Z meeting, the layout has not changed.
Were you the presenter at the last meeting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very
We
good.
agree with all staff comments and giving them all their conditions.
Can you go over those for the public?
Absolutely. The condition is to provide an updated traffic impact analysis. We've procured a traffic engineer for them to get started on the analysis.
So next in the order would be proponents, anybody that's in favor of?
I have a
David?
couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. So, you guys recall that I abstained last week, right? So I've since seen the video of the meeting from last week. So I have some questions for clarification, basically, okay? I understood that you do not require any access to Tres Caballos for you to be able to continue with your subdivision. You don't, to get your plat and do what you need to do, you don't need access into Tres Caballos or into Rancho Mirabal. That's what I understood.
That's my understanding as well. I think that might be a question maybe for staff for them to interpret the code, but that's my understanding.
Okay. You or the owner, you represent the applicant, you and the applicant, you have no issue with if there's no access to Tres Caballos, you don't foresee any issue in the future? Or anything coming back other than, is there any possibility that you might come back and ask for access?
That's a great question, sir. Thank you. We did have conversations. One update that I do have is we had conversations with ESD number 2, which is the Emergency Service District. We didn't make a change to the layout. It stayed the same, but Emergency Service District did state that they were concerned and that they would prefer to have the access. So we took that time to coordinate with Chief Saucedo with Emergency Services District number 2, and that was his preference. So based on fire recommendations and city's recommendation, we are leaving the layout as shown.
Okay. I also understood within the conversation where our attorney stated that so long as there's no conflict between the applicant and the city of Socorro, then access would not be required. Is that correct? In other words, we could proceed without granting access so long as the applicant was okay in the sense that they're not requesting access. And so if they're not requesting, and then the city of the zoning board and city council say, okay, we're not requiring access, and if the applicant is not requiring access, there's no conflict there. So I understood that then it would be okay to proceed in saying we can move forward with the plat with the condition that there's no access.
Yeah, so I would, to kind of add to that, so generally, if you put another condition on that, let's say it was not required ordinarily, and an applicant agrees, it could be access or anything else. If they're in agreement and the city agrees, then it can go forward like that, with that additional stipulation. But that's only on something additional. I think the default condition on access is that access should be included, and then you go from there, so.
Okay. As far as, as far as emergency, you're okay with, the developer would be okay with installing an emergency gate or a bump gate? I'm not too familiar with the terminology, but are you okay with doing that at any point of access into Rancho Mirabal?
Sir, based on the updates that I have in my conversations with ESD, we would feel more comfortable with having the access as proposed.
You would feel more comfortable having access?
The access as proposed. In other words, the streets connecting to each, Tres Caballos connecting to the extension of Tres Caballos, continuing to the proposed subdivision.
Okay, and this is to satisfy, you would feel more comfortable, but to satisfy?
This is per my
what?
conversations with ESD and obviously city staff, and being that both subdivisions need a second point of access, we are proposing the second access
Okay, the second access?
to our proposed subdivision. There's one access to the east, and we're proposing the second access, which would be Tres Caballos.
To Rancho
Yes,
Mirabal?
sir.
Okay. Okay, I have other questions, but if you guys have any other questions, go ahead.
I have some questions. Mr. Boteo, can you take us back to the site map and kind of show us where the two entrances and exits would be?
Yeah, so you'll see the entrance to Tres Caballos on sheet number 1, the first, on the first sheet where it says preliminary plat. You guys have it at a smaller scale, but the first connection is there. And because this is an extension or a development or Unit 2 of Vista Bonita Estates, Vista Bonita Estates Unit 1 already has established right-of-ways, so there's multiple connections. If
So-
that answers your question.
Well, I guess I got lost there a little bit. What's that side street going up and down or a little diagonal? So I guess I want to get the whole picture of the existing homes that have been developed and where this one's going to connect and,
So that is an irrigation canal, if I'm not mistaken.
okay.
The diagonal.
So where are the so the two roadways that are going from left to right, as I'm looking at them, those are one of those is connecting to which street and then the other one's connecting to which street?
I think it's the other sheet, right, that he wants to look at.
So, yeah, so, Laguna Bonita Drive on the bottom. So it's the subdivision in its entirety does not fit on one sheet. So it was split into two sheets, right? And so Laguna Bonita is one, the bottom right of way. Playa Bonita Drive is the portion on top. And those two right of ways connect to the current Unit 1 subdivision.
I do have some more questions. Mr. Body, since we are ultimately mandated by what the Texas regulations are for developments, what criteria can we use for approval or denial as a planning and zoning board? And if I remember, connecting to a pre-existing development, unfortunately, may or may not be one of those criteria we can use. Is that my
Yeah,
understanding?
I can check on that. Let me pull it up because there's a whole checklist of items, but let me pull it up for you. Give me a few minutes here and I'll pull it up and I can read it out as well.
Thank you, sir.
I want to read a quote from the engineer from the video from last year's. Okay, it's short, and rather than going to the video, and we can always go back and verify, but this is almost word for word. Okay. goes on with, thank you, you begin with thank you for the opportunity, okay? And then he continues, and this is almost, it's a quote. I just want to add that when we submitted the plat, we had not included Tres Caballos because we are aware of the history and we are aware of the residents' concerns. The developer is willing to not include it. I'd like to propose that if it could be added as a condition, we, as the designers, as a representative of the developer has no issue with removing Tres Caballos. If the plat is approved with that condition, we can move forward that way. We are more than happy to do it. We are not pushing back at all. I want the residents to know that on behalf of the developer, we are not pushing back at all. I want the residents to know that on behalf of the developer. I would just want, obviously, staff to agree, because it was requested by staff, that we include that connection. So if we are all in agreement, I would like to propose that tonight. So that we can get approved with that condition. So 3 weeks ago, the developer basically said we don't need access, and now, so that's why I'm saying that's what I understood, but now I'm understanding that you feel more comfortable if you do have access based on your discussions with who again?
Emergency Service District Number 2,
Emergency
Chief
ser-
Jose Saucedo. And I just want to reiterate that we're bringing forth this layout because of what's been updated in the past 3 weeks are those conversations. The city has requested that entry. ESD number 2 prefers that entry for safety issues. And for that reason, we're leaving the layout the same. So we're continuing with the proposed layout.
And I missed the last meeting because I was part of the business development classes. But I did also see the YouTube video, and it, the conversation was very different, to say the least. It sounded like you all were going to make some changes to the development itself to what the outlay was going to be. My interpretation was to make a different road so that you stay in compliance. There's 2 entrances and exits that didn't go into Tres Caballos. I understand that you went and spoke to, to certain people, and safety is always number one. But my question is, how much time and consideration did you guys give to changing the development in order to find a different road going out of, instead of going through Tres Caballos?
I would say maybe that whole time, really, and the time that we spent were really just coordination and conversations. And again, just based on the amount of coordination that I had with ESD, for that same reason, the outcome is we're proposing the subdivision layout to remain.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to,
Hi, Linda Troncoso with Trey and Associates. I'd love to address, I just wanted to help answer your last question too. When we were looking at at the subdivision and the layout, there's actually no other place to tie a road in. So in the middle of our development, we're stubbing a road to the north so that if the farming land to the north of us ever develops, there's a way for them to connect as well. But literally, there's no other place for us to tie a road in. There's the railroad to the south of us, and then there's farmland to the north where we are providing a stub out. So the only legitimate right-of-way connection is Tres Caballos, which is why ESD found it so important to make sure that we made that connection. Unfortunately, and maybe there's a way to back this up so we show the aerial or.
And real quick, I guess in preparation for future developments, there is that one road
That one.
that goes towards, it looks like from south to north, going towards North Loop. Is that the one you're speaking of?
Yes, sir. So we provide that as a future third point of connection, so to speak, or extra point of connection, but it doesn't go anywhere today, so it doesn't help if there's a fire or a heart attack
Well, then hopefully
between now and until that connects.
whoever buys that lot of land and develops it
Sure.
takes that into account as well.
Absolutely. Right, that'd be great. So if you're able to look at that, I mean, we looked at everything that's available to connect to, but the railroad's to the south, that farmland's to the north, and so Trent Road is the only, or Tres Caballos is the only one, aside from the entrance on Trent Road for Vista Bonita. So as much as we would love to make another connection somewhere else so that there's better access for heart attacks, that's really the only roadway that exists today. And we've made provisions for the future.
And is there any, this is just a question that comes to mind, does the developer own that lot of land?
No, sir,
Are they in conversations to purchase it?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to circle back with you guys, so and using better technology here, I think we're able to pull up the actual criteria for the preliminary plat, so hopefully we'll pull it up on the screen for you here. And this is from the City of Socorro ordinances, so you'll see 38-8.6, and I'm not sure if we can magnify it a little bit or zoom in. So 38-8.6 lists the criteria. And so you can see there's a list on, whether it should be approved or approved with conditions or denied. I won't read through all of them, but I'll kind of summarize it. Number one is the plat is consistent with any zoning requirements for the property. Any approved development agreement is subject to any proposed zoning change submitted concurrently. It conforms to the number 2 approved master plan. Number 3, and I think this was the question that we had, was the provision and configuration of roads, drainage, and other facilities conform to the city's adopted plans for those facilities, including without limitation, transportation, drainage, other municipal plans. Number 4 states the same requirements. It also references park and open space facilities. Easements, rights of way are adequate to serve the subdivision. Number 5, and this applies here, when the proposed development is located in whole or in part in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city and in the county, the preliminary plat meets any County of El Paso standards. 6, that it conforms to design requirements, construction standards. 7, consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. 8, consistent with the parks and open space plan. So that's the criteria that planning and zoning looks at on a preliminary plan.
And the City of Socorro's ordinances says that we have to have 2 viable ways for entrances and exits, right? So it's meeting the,
Yes, the 2 residential roads, meeting the requirements for the city's standards.
okay.
So it needs that entrance through there for that subdivision to go through, right? I mean, we can't deny just because, right? It's gotta,
You can't deny it. It has the access.
it has the access.
We can explore the condition of the emergency gate
Mhm.
if you would want to explore that further.
Right, and I've seen some of those gates, and they have like it's called like a lock box or something for the fire department to be able to get, it's like a master key or something like that too, where they,
I don't know the details of it, but the idea is that it's there and it's quick and it would
Right.
help.
right.
Did you guys have anything to do with the development of Pecan Valley by any chance?
I'm sorry, can you
Did you
repeat?
guys have anything to do with the development of Pecan Valley or the second phase of it?
No, sir.
No. There wouldn't be an alternative to create a second entrance or exit on that other end?
I'm not familiar with even the question.
Because they connect with each other right where the railroads are at. So maybe making a second alternative through the other end of the farmland of the pecan orchards over there?
So we have not explored that option, but any access through an additional property owner has not been explored.
Okay. Because it'll be very adjacent to where there's new developments coming up and new builders are at. I do know there is some, go ahead.
Is that the triangle and I'm looking at an aerial image that's on this computer that I'm
It'll
looking
be
at,
up
staring
on
at.
the east end of where the entrance is from North Loop on Estate Drive.
Is it this?
Maybe exploring a different entrance or exit on that other end.
So it looks like that appears to be on the Unit 1, Phase 1 instead of Phase 2. And so what we're looking for is the ability to have a second point of connection with Phase 2. We're definitely willing to explore options for access, but that wouldn't address this particular plat. So we'd really like you to consider the Tres Caballos connection.
Okay. So.
It already has those connections. Yeah, but what they're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
So right now, you have access to this community through Burbridge Road and through Estate Road, correct? There are two, in fact, there are two access points right now.
The exit through Vista Bonita Estates Unit 1 is where bottlenecks into one access. And that's been the conversation. So our subdivision ties into the existing subdivision to the east. And then to exit out to North Loop or Alameda, right before that exit, all these bottleneck into one exit.
Okay, so this goes back to 2017, 2018, okay? Can we put the subdivision plat back on? Okay, can you go to the other side, to the next one?
This is the second
Okay.
sheet on Plat 2.
The second
And
sheet.
adjacent to that would be Unit 1.
Okay, so the conversations back in 2017, there were different options that were presented to City Council and to Zoning Board at that time, right? And the discussion was at that time that there were two access points, which you can access North Loop through Estate Road, and you can access Alameda through Burbridge Road. At that point, we already knew that these proposals, that you needed access to that neighborhood through Pecan Valley to access North Loop, and then you had to access across the railroad tracks onto Alameda. And so back then, the conversation was, this is Plat 1 or Unit 1. We're going to go to Unit Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, and so on. And so this got passed, having access to those two other access points, right? And so now it just seems that it's coming back around for our consideration, completely different. There aren't any other proposals, there aren't any other suggestions other than just accessing Tres Caballos. And it seems as if, going from last week till now, to today, I understand why you're making that change, but there should be other proposals that should be presented, so I have a couple of more questions for engineering. Have you presented any other options to staff within the last, since you started this proposal? Have you presented any other options, any other formats, anything that would benefit the city of Socorro or the residents of Rancho Mirabal? Are there any other access points? Are there any other easements? Have you presented any plats?
Those are all great questions. Back in 2017, obviously, we were not presenting this plat. So things have changed. There's been development. new existing stuff around the perimeter. But I do just want to state again what my colleague said. To the north, there's farmland and private property that does not belong to this developer. To the south, there's a railroad. To the east, there's an existing development already. To the west, there's an existing development. So we have two connections. We have streets stubbed out to us to connect from the west and from the east. And we are utilizing those stub out connections that were left there for us to connect in order to provide access to the subdivision. So I just want to reiterate that to the north, there's farmland owned by a private property owner, no access to the south. And we're utilizing the existing stub outs that were left for us to connect.
Okay, so my question was, have you proposed anything else to the city staff for this subdivision since you initiated this last proposal or this application? Is there anything else that you've brought to the city to say that you can bring to us? Is there anything
No,
else
sir.
that you see?
No, sir. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's not much for us to propose because we have stub outs on the east side left for us to connect, stub outs on the west left for us to connect, and nothing else to propose. Nowhere else for us to connect.
Okay, does the developer see any benefit for the residents of Rancho Mirabal? If you have access to Tres Caballos, is there anything that you can tell us that might benefit Rancho Mirabal in any way?
Sir, I can tell you that, again, from my conversations with ESD, they were concerned about the length of the road and additional lots being added to Rancho Viejo to the south. And so the benefits would be that they would have access in case of an emergency. Not only do they have access to North Loop, but now they have secondary access. So they would have emergency benefits.
Well, that's addressing the concerns of the new subdivision that you're proposing, but do you see anything that benefits the residents of Rancho Mirabal?
Sir, I believe that this also would benefit giving an emergency vehicle a second point of access to an emergency would benefit those residents.
The residents of Rancho Mirabal, not the residents of the proposed subdivision?
Yes, sir. If the adjacent existing subdivision has a second access, and in case of an emergency, that would benefit those
Benefit
existing
who?
residents.
Benefit which residents?
The existing development adjacent to our development to the west.
So you're saying that by having emergency exit, an emergency entrance into the proposed subdivision, that benefits the residents of Rancho Mirabal? I'm not understanding how. How does that benefit? How does the access benefit? So let me ask this. How does having access to Tres Caballos benefit the city of Socorro? Let alone the residents. How does it benefit the city of Socorro? In what way does the city of Socorro benefit?
This is,
I'm sorry, I
sorry.
know, but this is a question for the developer. I'll
Thank you.
yeah. I'm trying to find a way, and there's a bunch of, and so I'm trying to find a way, what benefit is there to the residents of Rancho Mirabal who are within the city of Socorro, okay? You're asking for access to Tres Caballos from 240 lots, that's phase 2. How many lots are in phase 1? Another 250. Okay, for the developer, how many lots are in phase 1?
It's approximately 200. I don't
Okay, so
remember the
phase 1
exact
has about 200. Phase 2, which is being proposed, has another 240, and Pecan Valley has an additional, how many? 300? So it's 3, 4, maybe 700 home sites, and you're wanting access into a subdivision within the city limits of Socorro. And so my question is, what benefit is there to the residents of that subdivision? That's what I'm trying to understand. The residents here really don't care about the benefits towards the proposed subdivision. They really don't, to the residents that are going to live there, okay? But you're asking for access, so how does that benefit the residents, if you may? Yeah.
Sure, happy to help. So if there was, the main reason why you get ask for 2 points of access in any subdivision and multiple points of access. And when you talk to police or fire, they want as many points of access as they can possibly get. Because if there's a car accident, if there's something that causes an unknown reason to block a roadway, they can't get through. And so what happens is, and you guys may have lived in that subdivision for years and years, and this has never happened, and I get it. So I can see where it would be, you'd look and think, I don't need that. But the real answer is, if at that, you guys, that Rancho Viejo is basically a long cul-de-sac, because it only has one entrance point, and now you've added some lots to the end of it. If something happened in an accident that caused a blockage for whatever reason, UPS truck turns over, FedEx truck has an accident, something happens at the entrance to that long cul-de-sac, ESD, fire truck, ambulance, and police car have no way to get into your roadways. And so the benefit to your residents is they would have a second point to be able to drive through this subdivision, come through Tres Caballos, and access your residence. I know that the chances are far-fetched, but if the answer is really this: in an emergency, it does provide your residents a benefit to be able to provide that emergency service to the residents of Socorro.
I believe the covenants were established in the 1980s. The first residents that I believe some of them are still here have been living there since the 1980s.
Sure.
I understand that you're saying that the advantage is that there will now be a second access point, but these residents have been there since 1980. The subdivision has existed since 1980. The residents do not want that second point of access whatsoever, right? So I understand your question, but the weight that it holds with the residents is nil. It's zero.
It just takes one chance at the wrong time.
So if that part right there doesn't hold anything, that second access point, the reality is that if there's an accident within the subdivision, which there's 40-something home sites, zero traffic. There aren't any accidents because it's a closed subdivision. Once you open the access road, now there's going to be accidents. Because the reality is that you're going to have 700 home sites with potentially, that's a lot of vehicles, driving through Tres Caballos and Rancho Mirabal. So what you're saying is completely opposite. If you're saying that it's a safety issue for the residents at Rancho Mirabal, it's completely opposite, completely opposite. And so I'll go back to my question. If Rancho Mirabal is in the city of Socorro, right? The proposed subdivision is in an ETJ, 700 plus home sites, asking through access. How does that benefit the city of Socorro? We're trying to decide on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what benefit? I'm asking you, please provide a benefit for the city of Socorro. Put aside the benefit for the residents for now. What benefit is there for the city of Socorro? Do we collect taxes? Does the city of Socorro have taxes in that jurisdiction? Any type of property taxes?
No, sir?
No.
The only thing
Does the city of Socorro get to impose any building standards?
No, sir?
And none at all? I mean, anything? Do we have any enforcement issues for 18-wheelers, weeds, animals, fences, non-existing, mobile homes? Do we have anything that we can control?
No, sir?
Nothing. Okay. So, any benefit for the city of Socorro?
I will say this. I think the development that is adjacent to you in Unit 1 has turned out to be a pretty nice, pretty reputable development. I don't know if you all have had a chance to drive through it, but whether or not you have, we're proposing a park as a buffer between this subdivision and the next one. We're not proposing to build homes next to the existing development. We're proposing, which is what happened inside your city limits. Inside your city limits, there was a vacant tract, and they built right up against Rancho Viejo to the west. That's not what we're proposing to do. We respect the needs of the community. We're trying to provide a parkland as a buffer. We left a roadway easement, a right-of-way easement for the extension of Anderson Road. We respect the fact that you don't necessarily get any benefit from this development happening outside your community, and I understand that.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
That you don't get the financial benefit. Financial, to be specific.
The subdivision that you're talking about to the west, that's completely just right on the other side of Rancho Mirabal? Okay, so those streets it was the same issue, okay? That's a new subdivision right on the other side of Rancho Mirabal. There was access point on a street called Los Adobes, and that developer at that time already had 2 access points, and we voted on this one, we looked at that one. And they ended up doing lots right across that access point. The new subdivision created new lots, blocking off completely any access to Los Adobes. So those subdivisions within the city limits of El Paso, that was a compromise, and there was no access from that subdivision into Tres Caballos. And that's just...
And we did look at that, and that subdivision had 3 points of access and far fewer lots. And so we believe that it is important to keep this connection.
I have a question. Mr. Body, so what I want to kind of go over is what abilities, not only does the Planning and Zoning Commission have, but also the City of Socorro council members have. What tools do we have either to decline it or approve it? And I can definitely, I appreciate Mr. Estrada voicing passionately, frankly, that everything that you're talking about. I completely understand, but I just don't know if we have the tools to decline it based on this was the way it was before, it's gonna change, and even if we did, eventually, the way that I kind of just see this playing out is that, let's say, for example, if it gets declined here, if it gets declined at City Council, they go to Board of Adjustments, or they take it to court, saying, hey, we are meeting all of the requirements that are imposed to us, being an ETJ for the City of Socorro, that it's still going to get approved the way that it is right now.
So maybe I can maybe clarify on the process. So tonight it's in front of Planning Zoning Commission. If you approve it, it doesn't require a explanation on why you approved it. If you deny it, however, the ordinances and the Texas Local Government Code require that you, as a zoning commission, and usually it's actually the planning zoning director, because anything that comes out of here usually gets prepared in a summary sheet and then goes to city councils, including part of the backup. And so, but it has to articulate if there's a denial on what basis and what factors, and it has to specifically cite to a statute ordinance that it violates the preliminary plat, and that's why it was denied. And then it goes to city council. So you have to be very specific. And I think I mentioned, we weren't sure if you were here last time, sir, but
I was.
yeah. So, and I mentioned the last time meeting that the ordinances had changed in 2019.
At the state level.
At the state level, and then immediately City of Socorro in September 2019 had to change it overnight to comply with state law. And I'll read that part to you very kind of briefly again, just so to answer your question of what planning zoning can do. The code states, and let me just pull it up here real quick. Sorry, if you can just give me a second here. And I'm not sure if we can pull it up on the screen as well. It's 38-8.4. So it says commission review and recommendation. And Part C states, when the commission conditionally approves or disapproves a preliminary application, I'm paraphrasing here, then it says, each condition or reason specified in the written statement must, number one, be directly related to the requirements in this chapter. Number 2, include a citation to the law, including a statute or municipal ordinance that is the basis for the conditional approval or disapproval. And 3, may not be arbitrary. And then I had mentioned that the process is, if there's an approval or denial, and this is for the benefit of the public, it then goes to city council next, and then it's reheard again. So then there's an opportunity for the public also to appear, sign up, kind of same process again as tonight. So.
And then another question I have is, because it was postponed from the last meeting, whether it's approved, denied, or no vote on it, it's gonna go to city council anyways? Because it's already,
That's correct. So, and I think we've discussed this in the past on the timelines, on the preliminary and final plats. It's one of the few things, and that's where they added in the timeline, that Planning Zoning Commission had to act within 30 days of when the application's turned in, unless there's an agreement by the applicant that they want additional time. So that's what happened last time. But yes, whether or not a decision is made today,
It's
it
gonna
goes
go
then
to-
to city council, and it operates actually as a automatic acceptance of the preliminary plat if there's no action taken. So it's just something to mention.
so the last thing I'll say is I could definitely feel the emotion and see it, and I know that area, I've walked it. But I need to see the tool that we can use to decline it, if that's what we want to do today, and I haven't seen a tool yet to deny it, but
My question attaches to what he's saying. So based on the approval or disapproval of the preliminary plat, right? If we go back up to the guidelines or the codes from 1 to 8, if I'm not mistaken, 8 said that as long as we can use the construction codes, does that attach to this? Like, if we're not gonna have any say on the construction codes, does that attach to this? Was it number 8? No, number 6, the preliminary plat conforms of the design requirements and construction standards. If we're not gonna have any say on the construction standards, can we make a decision based off of that?
Yeah,
Or it
so
doesn't
if-
go based, or we can't go based off on that?
No, it's a very good question. So this is a little bit of a weird thing because this is an ETJ-related property. If it doesn't apply to them, then it doesn't apply to them. So you can't impose additional requirements other than what's in here, and if it applies to this particular property. So to answer
So
your question.
basically, we don't have requirements for construction standards, right, since it's an ETJ, but we can't make a decision based off of that, even though we don't have any access to construction requirements?
Right, and this kind of feeds into, I think, number 5, because it kind of contemplates that if there's something involved in the ETJ, that the preliminary plat meets any county of El Paso standards. So if there was some kind of building standards that did apply to them from the county, and they've got to meet that, and that's a criteria that you can use in your decision-making.
And sorry to interrupt, the county won't have any construction standards on that subdivision either?
That I'm not sure about, yeah, I'm not sure on what they require in the but we can look that up for you, but, I'm not, unless Lorena.
I mean, and to see if that'll help make a decision or not,
The county has its own standards, but those, again, just apply to the county. They're building permits, and most counties don't have those kind of abilities, but because of our proximity to the border and issues in the past with colonias, there are some standards that the county does have and permitting abilities.
And something to add to you, and I don't want to cut anybody short here, but there were people signed up to speak as well. And so, because I remember at least one gentleman needed to leave early, he indicated, so I'm not sure at some point if Planning Zoning Commission wants to let the people that signed up to speak as well,
Yes.
in case anybody needs to leave as well.
How many people, do we know how many people signed up?
7.
7? Okay, it is, I don't know, maybe I can ask, maybe one of you will take the role as maybe speaking out for everybody out in the public? No. Hold on. So let's, why don't we go ahead and allow these, each individual to come and speak, and we'll give them a time limit of 3 minutes? Because I know this is, this is, it's been a hot topic or whatnot, right? So we'll go ahead, and if we can keep it to 3 minutes for each person, and then we can go from there.
René Rodriguez? You have 3 minutes.
Well, I was gonna talk about this, but never mind. My name is Rene Rodriguez. For some of you, you do know me because I was your representative at large for the city of Socorro. So I'm gonna go back and give you a little history lesson. Number one, for our attorneys, the county, we united with the county to do a across-the-board streamline. So whatever they're building, they have our same codes. Just be aware of that, yes. We ponied up $250,000 for it, okay? Second of all, back in 17, 18, we talked to the developers, actually the engineers, we went. When you look at that entrance, you'll see a slide that comes down. That right there is for Anderson Road. We had already talked to them before, prior to this. We accepted and we approved their plat with the condition that they were not gonna have access to that road back in 2019. So go back and look at that, okay? So now that I'm not there, now this comes back, changed, and now they wanna just cram it down our throats, okay? Now, I'm telling you this because it's all on YouTube, okay? So look at that and look at it. Because it's one thing to say, oh, I'm gonna wait a couple of years and then come back and just change it. And that's what they did, okay? We already had an agreement. We also had an agreement that we're gonna put a wall too. But that's not neither here or there, because the main issue is that they're not gonna ram, 1,600 cars, because I have personally 5 cars. My daughter drives, I drive, my wife drives. The other 2 are Joey cars, but we're all outside commuting in and out. So how many people are going to come in and inundate their residents, okay? I don't care about the taxes, I don't care about all of that, it's just that it's just gonna create some funnel. Why? Because they didn't wanna pay for the farmer to give them some access. They could have done that too. And we had already addressed this issue back in 17, 18, and one more time, we approved this with the condition that they weren't gonna have access. Okay? So I don't know if they forgot or they just said, we're just gonna wait it out and see if representation changes, and then we're just gonna cram it down their throats. Okay? Now, number 2, we have also sort of issues with them. Okay? Who cares what they say? Who cares? When I was sitting there, I didn't care I don't care. We are the ones that dictate what happens in our city. Nobody else. Now, for the future, when somebody brings you a plat and then they're ETJ, if you don't like it, you could deny the zoning change, and that's in the story. Okay? So that's one method you can do, and deny plats and all that. They need to first change the zoning, and you have every right to deny that zoning for whatever cause. Okay? So if it's agricultural, it can stay agricultural. You could deny it. Okay? So for future, you could do that. But look at it back in 2019, when I was there, we approved it with that condition and that stipulation. Okay? And I understand, because it was a fight and an argument for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jesus Morales? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jesus Morales, and I live on 539 Rancho Viejo, Rancho Mirabal. And I just want you guys to take us and represent us. The plot that is being built, the development that is being built is not even in support. And you have a bunch of residency that we're trying to protect our community, a real nice community that we have. If that access is given to all that traffic to go through Rancho Viejo, it's not only that traffic that is gonna go through there. People that are coming from Alameda, from Payden, from over there on Alameda, they're gonna come in through there too. There's a lot of other traffic that is coming through, not just those residences. So all we want and all we've been asking for is for us to keep our beautiful guys are appointed, but you guys are appointed by our city representatives. Last time, one of our representatives wasn't able to vote. When Yvonne, who's another representative of ours, she lives in our community, she's not able to vote. So basically, we don't have representation. Because the guys that can vote, you know, we have, they cannot vote because they live in our community, they cannot vote. So all we ask is take this into consideration. Some of our residents were even willing to give 40 feet of their own land for that road to be built, that they had agreed upon to build, the road and the walkway. And now it's disappeared. That stage of the development was supposed to be stage 4. Now it's right up our noses. And now they want the access to there. That Tres Caballos was always supposed to be closed, and our community be kept as it was. And it seems like every year we have to come in here and fight for what is ours and what belongs to us as Socorroans. That place is not even in Socorro, and it's not going to benefit Socorro in any way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Cabrera. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jesus Cabrera. I'm living in Tres Caballos, and I'm living over there for 30 years. The developers in 2017 knew there was no exits, and they still building. They already got a pre-exit through the pecans. They didn't even do nothing about it. Now, all the traffic is going from that community, that first phase 1, all that community, they're using those only 2 exits, but unfortunately, San Elizario, clean, and whoever wants to make a shortcut, they go through that road. I don't want that into my street. Right now, all these people, I'm assuming 5 to 6 cars every 3 minutes. It's gonna be a boulevard. I want you, people from the planning and zoning, go and check the roads. It's only 30 feet wide. My street, Tres Caballos. Rancho Viejo, it's only 35. For all the traffic, think about it. The only benefit the developer knows, he wants to make money. And second, no retain for water. Second, you're gonna make a park. Who's gonna maintain the park? And for the last thing, one of the major things is the benefit that they're gonna give us, it's gonna destroy a good community. A peaceful, and I don't know why, they wanna go through that road. They already knew they wanna make money. Tell them to make first the roads and then start building. Whoever lives over there. I think in any city, roads is the first thing they're supposed to do. And the developer knew since 2017, and he's still building, selling lots. Now, they just jumped from phase 1 to phase 2, and that's the end of it. I don't think it's good. They already got preparations to go to North Loop, they can do the other one. They do that first, and then they can start building. Besides, there's no rock walls, no nothing that they promised the first time. So please, think about it. You know, it's a good community, peaceful community, and that's what they're gonna destroy. That's the benefit that they're gonna give us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy McDaniel. Okay, thank you. Denise Garcia. You have 3 minutes.
Denise Garcia, 367 Rancho Viejo. I get really nervous talking in front of people, so I'm just going to read off of the letter I wrote. So today I stand before you to voice my strong opposition on the proposal of the connecting Tres Caballos Street and Rancho Viejo Street in order to access North Loop. The controversial plan has sparked a heated debate within our community, and I firmly believe that such a connection would be detrimental and to the well-being and character of our neighborhood. First and foremost, we must consider the impact on our local residents. Tres Caballos Street and Rancho Viejo Street are both well-established resident areas, characterized by peaceful surroundings and a strong sense of community. The proposed connection would introduce a significant increase in traffic flow, disrupting the tranquility that we have cherished. The resulting noise pollution, congestion, and safety hazard would greatly diminish our quality of life and pose a risk to the well-being of our families and children. Furthermore, connecting the streets would also compromise the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. As it stands, Tres Caballos Street and Rancho Viejo Street are residential roads designed to accommodate the needs of our local residents. By connecting them, we would open the floodgates to a surge of thorough traffic seeking to access North Loop. This increases the volume of vehicles, many of which would be speeding or using our streets as shortcuts, would impose a serious risk to our pedestrians, cyclists, and the overall safety of our community. I'm so sorry. Furthermore, I would like to stress the proposed connection is unnecessary and would not solve the traffic issue in our area. There are alternative routes and solutions that could alleviate congestion without compromising the character of our neighborhood. These alternate measures could include implementing traffic calming measures, improving public transportation options, or exploring the other road network improvements that do not involve the disruption of our residential streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Damian Pietske. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, I'm Damian Pulaski. I'm a 25-year resident of Rancho Mirabal. I'm a graduate of the United States Military Academy and worked as an engineer officer in the U.S. Army, rebuilding and supervising the rebuilding of poorly planned roads, bridges, heliports, and airfields in Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Peru, and Ecuador. Some of you may also recognize me from Tune In for Help, a local television show, as a co-host. This development is asking you to fix their problems that they made. I am asking you to be proactive, not reactive, like this development. This developer said on number 3 of your criteria for drainage plan that they would have self-ponding areas. Since residents have been established 2 years ago and were present in occupying land when the heavy summer rains came, more than half of those occupants have filled in their self-ponding area. They are going to ask you to fix the drainage problems because more of those self-ponding areas are continuing to be built in. That's criteria 3. The access area. You have Trent Road going both directions to the south. So they have a way to continue Trent Road all the way into Socorro. And there are multiple places where that road alongside the railroad can cross over and go in. We don't worry about a second access because emergency vehicles can find ways through the laterals and other ways to get to our area. We don't need that second access. But they want more access because they have 2 access points and they've created a choke point through their bad planning. They have 2 streets that go to those 2 different access roads, and they planned it so that they would have a choke point and not want you to fix it. The way you fix it is by being proactive and building a proper access. We do have an existing easement alongside Rancho Mirabal that goes up there. They could use that. We have the existing Trent Road, which goes the other direction, even though it's being illegally dumped on and behind their property, and nothing's been done to clean that up. They say they've got a good neighborhood. Well, they've had graffiti there from gangs that hasn't been cleaned up for 2 years. They have reckless driving, killing a puppy, 2 dogs, and a cat on just 1 street alone since November, and the carcasses haven't been picked up in months. I'm out of time, and I could go on the things that we don't want in our neighborhood that they're telling you is not a problem because they built it.
Bernice Salcido. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I would like to request for additional time. As you know, this topic is pretty lengthy. I don't think I can cover what I need to cover in the
We'll give you
time
5 minutes.
allotted.
We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I've got a map here. And it's dated February the 16th of 2016 when this initiated. This was approached, these people had approached Mr. Leone with this. And they sat on it for almost a year before it surfaced. May I approach you, gentlemen, and show you that their proposal was to have 2 roads exit north to North Loop in their preliminary drawings. They were not able to acquire that for whatever reason. They continued to make this development knowing that. Why did they buy this development? And they're landlocked, and now they're trying for us to bail them out? I think not. I don't think that is right. The city of Socorro will not benefit anything off of that. Are they going to pay taxes towards the city of Socorro? No. Are they going to repair the roadways? No. They're trying to funnel, I want to say, 1,000 houses, residents, because not only are they doing their development of 520 sites, they're not houses, they're just lots, okay? And they're coming over Bear Bridge, they're coming over from San Elizario, off Rosa Road, to get a shortcut to avoid all the traffic on Alameda. And we're gonna funnel all those people onto Tres Caballos, and it actually measures 27 feet wide. We have an irrigation easement on the right, and we have an easement on the left. There's no way to widen that road. There's no way. You cannot touch the waters of the United States. There's no way. Am I correct in saying that, sir? So, they're landlocked. And I would like to approach you. We've got 53 signatures from our community. May I approach you and give you this?
Is that okay? Is he allowed to do that?
Yeah, I think they're already submit the planning and zoning, and then we did last time. Oh, okay. Yes, sir. But since the commissioners were not present on our last meeting. Yeah. Do you have enough copies for everyone? Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. They can keep them? Yeah, they can keep them. I just want you to review and see the urgency that we have here. Why would we want to create this kind of chaos for the safety of our community? It was mentioned that there's no other roads. They tried and pursued. They have this here. I got these are original maps. I've been dealing with these for 5-6 years now. But they only give you information that you need to know currently. May I approach you, gentlemen? Yes. This was their proposal. They've got this stubbed out right now, currently, over the lateral of north to North Loop. They've got another one there, north to North Loop. It never materialized. So now they're trying to get this demolished.
So the goal was to have 4, and we're down to 2.
Yes, sir.
Franny, can you show us on the map there where Trent Road is at? And where it ties into Burbridge?
Trent is right here, and it runs parallel all the way through. There's Trent Road. It's a 40-foot easement. It runs parallel with the tracks, and it runs parallel with El Paso, Texas Gas Company pipeline. It used to be El Paso Natural Gas. I'm very familiar with this farm. I lived right there for 34 years. Mr. Wilson had that farm. Mr. Scove bought it with the intentions of developing it and making money. They don't care who they affect, and they're affecting all of us. I would like to show you, this is basically our state that we would like. And you can see 53 signatures.
So I think we've seen this. If you want to speak into the microphone so everybody else at home can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you, I'm sorry.
No, just.
I'm a little long-winded,
No.
I'm sorry.
No. I appreciate the map. It's just, I missed the last meeting and I appreciate the YouTube videos where I can see them from home. So
Yes,
just taking
sir.
those people into account.
Yeah, I apologize. So, having said that, what do we benefit? We don't benefit anything. And we are creating this funnel of 27-foot wide road that cannot be expanded because of the laterals on either side of the road. Okay? I don't think that's a very good thing to do. We've never had any problems with our community. EMS comes in, comes out, they turn around and leave. We have never had, and if we're talking about bottlenecking, and if we create that, they're the ones that are gonna create that, because we're gonna start having incidents and accidents on our roadway, on Tres Caballos and on Rancho Viejo. Because that's the only thing that we have to exercise to get out and walk is the edge of the roadway. And as neighbors, we take care of each other's. We know who walks out in the street. We know who walks their dogs. We know who rides their horses. So we're self-patrolled. We have been. We have a very, very strong covenants that supersedes the city of Socorro. We were annexed. I was there before the city of Socorro was, how do you say that? I'm sorry.
Incorporated?
Incorporated. Yes, thank you, sir. So I feel very strongly about our development, our community. We're very united. Everyone here, we know each other's by first name. Okay? And you will be destroying this because of the traffic. I understand there's laws and bylaws that says traffic doesn't matter. Well, it matters to us. It matters to your constituents, to the city of Socorro, to the residents of the city of Socorro, to all of us. I think that safety comes first. I worked for 38 years with a gas company, and they drilled on us every morning. Tailgate meetings, safety meetings. And in 38 years, I never had an incident because it was safety first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That would be all.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
May I?
Stroud, go ahead.
Okay, can you put the plat back up? I wanna look at Trent Road. Would that be possible?
Can you
Is
zoom
it that one,
in to
David?
see if we can see Trent? Is it possible?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I want to point this out because as our first speaker stated, very passionate, there's a lot of information that the developer is not presenting to us right now. And so I was asking earlier, have they presented to staff? I have some questions for staff right now. Have they been presented with different options? But the reality is that there are different options on here. The easiest option is access to Tres Caballos. And so since 2016, 2017, we're going on our third, or I believe our third or our fourth planning director. The only ones familiar with this are myself, the residents, and maybe our attorney, maybe going back to 2016. I don't believe anyone else here, including other board members, were here when this was discussed. And so, therefore the passion from our former council member, our first speaker, who's a former council member, who was adamant against this back then. And so he's visibly upset because we're seeing a developer come in and say things that are completely contradicting of what was said way back then. So a good example is back then they promised we're going to present this in stage 1, then stage 2, then stage 3, then stage 4. Stage 4 would have given them access, would have been up against Tres Caballos. They waited 2 years and then came back and combined phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, all in one. So that's one of the items. And the other stuff that he mentioned, but I want to look at Trent Road. Can you point, and I'm asking a question here because I'm not for sure, but can you point with a cursor where Trent Road connects to Burbridge Road?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Burbridge Road. Burbridge Road leads to Alameda. And so that kind of that reddish mark right there, that's a railroad track. Where Burbridge Road, Trent Road, if you see over here on the right side, you see where that says Trent Road? And over there where it's yellow on the left side, on our left, it says Trent Road. That's an easement, dedicated easement, if I'm correct, that runs parallel to the railroad tracks. And it accesses way over here on the right, on our right, closer to Clint. I don't know, can you pan that way? On my right? Okay, and that's fine too, that side. You can see where it continues to run and it connects 2 other subdivisions and 2 other main laterals. I think that road connects all the way to Bauman Road. So that's another access point. And then on this side, Trent Road connects all the way to the road that I'm not sure if it's Clinton Cutoff. So there are other access points. However, it's not undeveloped. What's paved and what's the easiest access is Tres Caballos. Again, this was discussed when the developer first proposed this back in 2016, 2017. And now we're not being given that information. That's not fair. That's not right, okay? There's another easement on Tres Caballos. Can you show the easement, or pan to the easement that goes from Tres Caballos to North Loop and connects close to where Anderson Road is at? Can you follow it with a cursor? Okay, nothing against staff, okay? Nothing against staff. I think they do a wonderful job. Okay, so run the cursor up against the pecan orchard and the subdivision. Okay, right there. There's an easement right there, dedicated easement on the Rancho Mirabal side for a road to connect to Anderson Road. It's not developed. Some of those homeowners right here have easement on that road, including myself. Okay, the only issue is that it's a 40-foot easement, I believe, or 45 foot. 45. Well, they need the other half of that on the orchard side. And that was a huge topic of discussion. That's another access point. It's not being presented to us. So, okay, so for example, I have questions towards staff, Ms. Quimiro, correct, Ms. Quimiro? My questions are you aware of these other options? Have they been presented by the developer? Why isn't the zoning board being presented all this? If we were presented all this by the developer back in 2017, why aren't we aware now? Why are we asked to make a decision on 1/10 of the actual information that's out there? I guess it's not a question that I'm asking for an answer right now, but
I can give you the information that I was able to uncover in researching and trying to understand phase was approved, it was approved on the condition that the developers would come back with an agreement, that the city would then try to move forward and look at the connection from, at the point of phase 4, connecting to Anderson Road across the Pecan Orchard. That preliminary master plan, if you want to call it that, that showed 1, 2, 3, and 4, did not have phase 4 accessing Tres Caballos. The agreement was received by the city, and from what I could tell at the different meetings, we kept getting bumped and getting bumped until finally in, and I'm sorry I don't have that in front of me, but in February of 2018, it was deleted. They could not come to an agreement with the, working the access across the, so required that other requirement, that other part needed for that road on adjacent to the farm. Again, that's also part city, part county road that we were trying to get the city to build that was not done. So that agreement was never finalized. As the developer mentioned, this is not land that they have access to, it's not theirs, so they cannot force the person who owns it to sell it to them to try to build that road. Trent Road doesn't appear to go all the way to Ballman, and it is undeveloped. The only part that is paved is the section between Burbridge and Estate. Trent Road doesn't connect to any other street. Again, an undeveloped, it's not paved, it does not connect to any other street. It just kind of meets where the Isleta lateral continues. So the developer changed their plans, and that is what they're presenting. It's a preliminary plat for you to consider. They've given you that option of eliminating or limiting access to Tres Caballos to strictly, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do it. So,
Okay.
this is what was presented, and the 2 access points to Unit 1 connect to that route out onto Alameda and out onto North Loop, and that is what they're presenting. They don't really have any other options.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and sorry to interject again, but the last step in the presentations is, if the applicant wishes to give a rebuttal, you can give the applicant a chance as well. If there's any questions or anything directed to the applicant, but they're entitled to a rebuttal before, if any motion is taken before then.
I do have some other questions for the developer, maybe we can have a rebuttal then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session, because I've got some questions for our attorney, and I think they'd be best suited for executive session. So I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
I second. Can I also add just a little recess, like for 1 minute, because I got to go to the waste. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because she'll stay in here. Juan, ready? We will be going into executive motion at 8:04.
Okay, so we will go back into session, regular session at 8:48. See if they've got anything else to say, rebuttal, and we will go ahead and close it up after that and take our vote.
Well, hi. We really appreciate everybody's time tonight. I know it's been a long night, and this is a contentious issue. I am careful that I project on Trent Road. It's only the county, it's only a railroad ownership. There was a roadway easement on it. The county has asked for it to be blocked, asked the developer for it to be blocked, and through the county coordination, they had said they didn't want it, which is why we've never proposed it. We do meet the code requirements with respect to the stuff that's presented, and so we really appreciate your consideration and hope you'll take that into account when you're able to take action tonight. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have some questions for the developer. It was mentioned earlier that some things have, it's been a long process to get this approved. Can you kind of, when did this start?
For this particular subdivision, this plat,
Yes, ma'am.
we've been at this for about a year and a half.
When the,
For unit 2.
and previously to that?
We were not the engineer for the prior subdivision, so I do know that we talked about a development agreement that was negotiated with the first unit. It was brought by a different engineer. That was not us. We picked this subdivision up with unit 2. And part of the discussion, I'm aware of the development agreement that was ultimately deleted from the city council agenda simply because when we started unit 2, we said, hey, we need to know everything that's going on so we can try to match whatever agreements exist. And the developer had executed that development agreement, and ultimately council, or that group never executed it, so we had to start from scratch on what agreements existed.
So that was a year and a half ago? When that started over? Do you guys have any more questions?
With the connection to the other community, would you guys voluntarily install a gate there for the emergency access?
No, sir, we're proposing it to be full right of way.
There was a change from last week to this, from the last presentation to this presentation.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
give us a little bit of background?
Sure. So part of the discussion was whether or not the connection to Tres Caballos would be included. Through further coordination with both ESD, which I know not everybody's a fan of, but with our coordination with emergency services and with the developer, and having heard those comments, we decided that it's important for the community to have the second connection.
Can you share some of those comments with us?
ESD said that they were concerned, although it met code, they were concerned with the fact that your street, that long cul-de-sac, was a single point of access because Tres Caballos didn't connect to anything. And so they believed that all additional connections are always important, and they were very much in support of having that roadway connect. And I know not everybody's a fan of them, but they felt like the more connections, the better, because it provides them more opportunities to respond.
And so, although it meets code, Rancho Mirabal meets code with one access point, ESD is saying we recommend that second access point,
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, but you as the applicant, you still have the option of installing the gate if you choose to.
We are asking to access the full right-of-way as it exists today.
But as the applicant, you have that option to install the gate as it was said last meeting by you guys. You were all in favor, you know, but now having talked to ESD, although it's in code, we understand that part. But do you still have that option? You still have that option to install a gate if you choose to do so.
Sir, our request today is to fully connect to that right-of-way.
Okay, so by not answering, we're led to believe that you still have that option, right? I mean, we're just trying to understand. I mean, because it's a yes or no question, and I'm thinking, well, why not? Why not? What changed? If last week you were on board, now this week ESD is recommending.
Yes, sir? We
But
support
as the
ESD's
applicant-
as the applicant, we support ESD's recommendation, and so we choose not to request to put a gate there. We choose to fully connect to the request to fully connect to the right-of-way.
Okay. And so for the sake of moving forward, again, I wasn't here last week, okay? I saw a video, and looking at the video, it's very telling. Last week, there was a lot of effort to compromise, and now there's not. It took 3 weeks. And so in an effort to move forward, right, we've already established that there's no benefit, right? There really isn't any benefit for I'm still trying to get an answer to that, but why is the compromise gone? I mean, is it a matter of paying for the gate? Is it a matter of, is it are you going to carry some liability if you install the gate? I don't know.
Sir, that is no longer the path we choose to pursue.
Okay. Well, we went through, 45-minute executive session, right? I'm thinking, maybe 30 minutes.
Any other questions? Mr. David?
I can't think of any right now. No, sir.
No?
Mr. Reza?
No question.
Mr. Cisneros? Mr. Estrada, one last time? No?
Well, no, my only question is that, anything that the residents can walk away with, any benefit? Any benefit? The smallest of benefits.
So I think I'd like to answer that because unfortunately, as a planning and zoning commission, as a voluntary appointed commission, right, we are limited to what and how we can vote on a subject, and unfortunately, that's although I think that the developer has spoken to where they've admitted that there's really the financial tax benefit isn't there for us. But as a commission, we cannot use that to vote in favor or against approval or denial. There's a certain number of criteria that we have to use as a board, and that's what we've been given by the state of Texas as to what we can do in this process. And I think you all can see not only the time that it's taken to go through this, but also, and I know that no matter what effort we take, isn't comparable to what you all are gonna, what you all, how much skin you have in the game. But everything that I'm looking at, I just don't see the tools given to us as a commission to give any of the residents any relief. But you're right. They've admitted themselves that there's really no tangible benefit. I do like the second entrance, not that the residents have made it very clear that they don't seek that and they don't appreciate that, but I think that I wanted to make sure to let the residents know kind of what we're looking at as a commission.
I do want to add one thing, and I want to have a question for Ms. Camilo, correct. And I want to get this on the record for future reference. We're still going to look at this as a final plat, okay? But I asked the developer if they could see any benefit, and they gave us their response. And so my question, Ms. Camilo, is do you see a benefit in allowing access to Tres Caballos? To see any financial benefit, anything for the city of Socorro and/or the residents of Tres Caballos?
So the thing I can point to, and the reason why we're being asked to consider this plat, even though it's in the ETJ and not in the city of Socorro, is that the ability to have some say in how the extraterritorial jurisdiction is laid out would be of benefit to the city if that were annexed into the city in the future. Now, with the history of extraterritorial jurisdiction and its role in a community, that's changed a lot since it was first proposed as to where we are now. Back in the beginning of those, extraterritorial jurisdiction and wanting to have some say, cities could annex with very little opposition and annex new areas into the city and be a little more in control. That has since deteriorated, and we don't have a lot of say in what can be developed and how it can be developed. The only role we have is in the plating process. So it's limited, but that was the intention of it being there. And so the benefit to Socorro is that in the future, we had been able to say something to some degree. Again, having been limited now with other rules and regulations that have since been put in place, I agree to the additional connection to the Ranchos Mirabal, and just for the sake of connectivity and more access for all sorts of services, emergency services. So that is what I would respond to your question.
What about to the residents?
Well, it was your question. That is the larger kind of, in individual neighborhoods, different areas get impacted differently, but that is why that is there. Why are we, the city of Socorro, having a say in something that is outside of the city?
Would you agree that the neighborhood would be impacted in a negative way by allowing access?
That's in the future, and that's difficult to tell. Yes, a lot of this traffic may be directed to the north, to use Tres Caballos. That will be a closer route for some people if they are at the top end of that subdivision and wanting to make their way to North Loop. It's growth and development that affects everybody in different areas of this community. Lots of the different areas of the community are growing, and we're trying our best to keep up, and not doing a very good job because development happens way faster than cities can provide resources, can address issues of infrastructure. So unfortunately, or fortunately, developers have more access to resources and can move a lot more quickly and agilely than municipalities can.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Okay. Something else that we did not discuss during the executive session. Ken, this goes back to the TIA. Okay. Right now, there's a TIA that's been proposed, or it's on the table right now. It was dated 2017. A lot's changed since then. I heard that earlier, right? A lot's changed since then. So I know that we can't deny based on a traffic study, right? Am I correct on that, or based on traffic?
Yes, the traffic
Okay.
impacts can be negative, they can be positive, but they can't be a reason, and whatever's identified in the traffic impact study cannot impact your decision, but it's a guide for us to plan for the future. We're asking them to update that traffic impact study, and they're going to do that.
Okay. You've asked them to update the traffic study, and they've agreed to do that, okay? So could we move forward by asking that TIA be available prior to submitting for a final plat? In other words, like the one we saw before, we're saying, it just seems, and this happened back in 2017 with this subdivision. We were promised things that would happen after the fact, after it was approved. And the previous item was the same thing. You know, the recommendation was provide the TIA prior to recording. Well, that's too late. That's too late. We want to see a TIA before. We want to know the impact before. We want to know how many cars, the whole deal before, with all the subdivisions that are there. Now, a big issue, a big one that hasn't been mentioned, and this I did mention during executive session, is the railroad tracks across Burbridge. There's a train that stalls there several times during the day, 20, 30 minutes a day, 45 minutes a day. That should be, and we should request, I guess is the word to say, that study should include that train stalling on those tracks. Because once, 3 or 4 years down the line, once this subdivision is done, everybody's living there, when that train stalls on Burbridge, all those vehicles have 2 exit points. The one through Estates Road, and Tres Caballos. Hundreds of vehicles. The train stalls as it is. There's a huge line that forms in that subdivision. It's not even a third of the existing subdivision, which includes Pecan Valley and Phase 1. And all these vehicles go to Trent Road and Burbridge, and they make a U-turn, and they come around, and they come out down Estates, down to North Loop. So what I'm saying is, can we move forward with that, at the very least, to have it on the record so that it goes to City Council saying we want to see a traffic impact study at the very least, so that we know what we're up against, and so that the residents know what they're up against.
Yes, that can be a condition of the preliminary plat approval based on the submission of the updated traffic impact study. But before they bring the preliminary plat for approval
To City Council.
to planning and zoning,
Well, can we take it a step?
Attach the TIA.
Can we take it a step further and
Update the
request that they
TIA.
have the TIA before the City Council takes into account the
not
preliminary
to,
plan?
not to approve the preliminary.
No.
Because the preliminary is going to be
'Cause-
taken to City Council.
Because
is-
final plat can be a month from now?
No, they have a limit. They have a year to submit the preliminary, the final before the they have a year to submit the final before the preliminary expires.
So would it be, is there a way that if,
And we can ask them, because maybe that's not an issue. I don't know if the consultants have a timeline for when that is, where they expect to have that.
So if I may.
but let me clarify my question is there a way that we have the ability to request the TIA before it goes to City Council for the preliminary plat? Do we have that ability? Do we have that power? No? Okay.
So no, because of the time limit.
Because it's got to go within 30 days.
30 days needs to be acted on it. Then City Council itself also has a timeline, as once it goes from here, they've got 30 days. And so, and if they don't act on it in time, it automatically gets approved without any conditions, so.
If it helps, the TIA will be submitted prior to the submittal of the final plat.
Do you have an idea of when you guys will submit the final plat?
I don't have an idea off the top of my head. I mean.
Before the year's up?
Before
Take
the
your
year's up,
time.
before it
No pasa nada.
expires would be the answer, yes. And so part of that really has to do with your timeline. So if we're in an accelerated timeline, maybe it's 6 months. But typically, we would be starting construction and doing those things, and then the final plat would get submitted, so that if construction takes 2 years, we had a year for preliminary and a year for final, and we want to make sure that all those timelines line up with when we're actually able to construct. So before the year is up is unfortunately my answer.
Okay, I have other questions. And this is for clarification for the residents and for ourselves. Okay, so access to Tres Caballos right now is at, the width of Tres Caballos is 27 feet, I believe, right? If access is granted, are there any plans to move forward with any improvements to Tres Caballos on behalf of the developer? I guess is a question to the developer. So think about, you have several, 800 home sites potentially, including Pecan Grove and all those. Accessing a road that's 27 feet wide. Have you considered improving that road in any way? Either making it wider, and, you know, anything, are you open to any possibilities? Where do you guys stand on that? Because 27, and just to give you a visual, I guess 27 feet is from here to Mr. Cisneros, basically.
Well, before we got, sorry to interrupt, before you answer that question, what's the minimum for any new development for a two-lane road how wide does it have to be?
Asking me something I don't know off the top of my head.
And it's
Sorry.
it's very specific. What's the city
Okay,
regulation?
yes, and we need that answer.
Yes.
We need to research that answer.
Typically in the county, ETJ developments, our right-of-way cross-section includes 34 feet of pavement, face of curb to face of curb.
Okay.
Which includes parking lanes. That includes parking on both sides.
Okay, so a parking is 10 feet wide typically, right? So if we're at 27 feet, you know, it's 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in the other direction, no room for parallel parking. There's irrigation easements, there's an irrigation ditch. And so you're basically putting hundreds of vehicles daily through a funnel, just all of them trying to get through Tres Caballos, even before they gain access to the other road, which is Rancho Viejo. And then you're getting to the stop sign, a stop sign on North Loop. And so, yeah, I wanna, your question is, the answer to that question is 34 feet. Is that what you said? 34 feet?
Yes, sir?
And we're at 27 feet. Where do we stand there legally? There's gotta be something. I mean, there's a whole host of.
So I don't, the thing is, you can't make a developer, because I'll tell you, I don't even know legally how it's possible. Are those people's front yards? Is it unimproved road, or what's the extra 7 feet?
27 feet is from curb to curb.
Okay.
It's not a curb and gutter, I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but it rolls off because it's on-site ponding. And so you have, the center of the street is a high part, and it goes on to the curb, which is 4-inch curb, but it's level with the top of the asphalt, and that water drains onto the sides. So from the inside of the curb, from side to side is 27 feet.
So really, the way to do it is if you were trying to improve existing roads, and I've done this through the city of Socorro as well, it's a condemnation action. So city of Socorro, now on this particular property, I don't think they can because it's ETJ territory, but a government municipality has to go in, sue everybody, condemn their properties, take their land, and then start building out the road. And so, but yeah, if that's the suggestion that the city sue all the residents to do that,
Okay,
the developer doesn't have a say in it either. I mean, that's not.
Okay, so the developer has the access, and then the problem becomes the problem of the city of Socorro, basically. Because I'm sure every single resident is gonna be over here, every single resident. Once this is up and developed, will be in here. Every city council, every zoning, they'll be in here, or they'll be putting for sale signs, one of the two, you know. But it's an issue I mean, it's almost like it's a funnel. It's a funnel, you know, it's like a common, you know, it's a bad term, and I don't mean it bad, but it's kind of more of a common sense type thing. To where how in the world it doesn't fit, you know what I mean? It doesn't, I can't process that. And so, okay, so that road leads to Rancho Viejo. What happens to Rancho Viejo? Tres Caballos has 3 residents. That's it. 3 residents on that short little stub out. Everybody else is on Rancho Viejo. It's just a 1 lane. How wide is Rancho Viejo? Does anybody know?
Rancho Viejo is 35 foot wide.
Okay.
With a 1 foot curb.
On each side.
How do we back up out of our driveways?
There you can't. You can't. It's.
It's up to the chairperson if you want to recognize the speaker. You can also entertain motions as well.
The first word he said was to consider this, so I think we should. I mean, very knowledgeable, been on this for.
I would say suspend the rules to let them speak.
Okay. You, minute, 2 minutes? You okay?
Thank you for allowing me this additional time. We really have to focus on this. The roadways will not handle this volume of traffic. We're talking just the vehicles. How about the school buses that are going to be coming in to go to Clint and the ones that are going to go to Socorro? We're going to have school bus upon school bus, and we will not be able to pull out of our driveways at all. So what's happening here is you're depriving us of our livelihood. We're being punished because of an ETJ issue. We pay taxes here. We support the city of Socorro. This is extra, an ETJ that's not going to contribute anything other than tearing up the roadways. You're going to have construction vehicles coming in and tearing up our roadway to gain access for that development. We're not going to gain anything from the city. I realize the laws are in place, but the municipalities have the right to reject and and govern their own. Mr. Rodriguez was here earlier, and he made a note of that to you all. We've been here since 2016. Everybody keeps saying 17, it's 16. I've got documentation right here. We will not benefit anything from this. Is the city of Socorro prepared to repair the roads, to put sidewalks? Because where are we going to walk now? You're shoving us out of you're shutting our lives down if we go forward with this. If you all can't come to something tonight, postpone it one more time.
Okay. If we postpone it, it'll go to city council as approved, without any caveats. So
Okay, well,
we
then
don't want
just,
us-
let's just not approve.
You don't want us to do that.
We really don't want it. You saw our petition, sir. Gosh, we're pleading with you all to make the right decision for our community.
Thank you, sir. And I think we all very much understand that.
Yeah.
But we don't, I haven't found the tool for that, but thank you for your time. I do have a question for the developer. Can you go over, you guys came into this project a year and a half ago. Can you share with us of why you guys took over the old engineering firm? What was the reason for the change?
I don't know what happened between the developer and the engineer. I'm aware that people change engineers from time to time, just like sometimes we don't do phase 2 of a project because we get crossways with a developer, with a client. In this case, the client came to us and said, hey, would you be willing to do phase 2 for us? And I said, sure. You know, understand what you're looking for, understand what you're doing. We had to do some research and some history and coordinated with the planning department to try to learn what had been done by the prior engineer because it wasn't us. I don't know if it was, you know, somebody lost a ping pong game or if it was something professional or personal. I'm not privy to that information.
Thank you. I have another question for our attorney. So I understand that the developer cannot develop land that they don't own, but if they have to connect 2 roadways for a development to be approved, and that's the criteria that the city of Socorro requires as well as the county, do they have to make sure that those connecting roads will have the width needed, in this case 34 feet, is that grounds for denial? And if there's a gray area, then I think then that's enough where I would say, well, that gives you enough time to prepare for city council to go with them with that answer. Does that make sense what I'm asking? Okay.
Yeah, so, I would say, well, I don't think there's any gray area because of the time limit, so there's no way to postpone it. You're saying to research that issue?
Well,
No,
here's,
I don't, no, it's not a sufficient reason. Just along with and it's in that statute with the traffic in the state statutes. That's the city's ordinance that Mr. Bati had pointed out to earlier. Those are
The-
our,
Those are ours,
Correct.
the 38-8.4, right?
that's the city's ordinance.
But the state supersedes us, and the state will not give us those grounds for denial. Because
Based on, we're not ready for
no,
development. No, that's kind
Oh,
of what
okay.
you're getting at, right? We're not ready for this development, isn't a good enough reason for denial. That relates to traffic, and that relates to streets, and that's unfortunately how the state's legislature and the state's codes have been written. And more, cities kind of lose ground
Yeah.
in our ability to govern ourselves.
Yeah.
And that unfortunately is one of those cases.
And I guess my question isn't that we're not ready for that development, it's that if a new development requires 2 entrances and exits, and they have to meet this requirement, connecting to a road that does it, or connecting to a road that's much smaller, not because we're not ready for the development, because there wasn't, when that road was created, the road wasn't created for that capacity. Is that grounds for denial?
Yeah, I might ask you to restate that again. What was?
It's hard for me to define the question, so I can.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is if a development requires 2 entrances and exits, or 2 pathways, and there's requirements to what that pathway has to contain. And I understand that the developer isn't obligated to develop any land that's not theirs and that they don't have access to, or. My question is that criteria being met when we have to develop those 2 entrances and exits when they're connecting to roads that do not meet that requirement?
Yeah, so I think it is being met because what you're doing is you're going from larger lanes to a smaller lane. When they submitted their preliminary plat, it has the dimensions, it has the plans, that has to meet the specifications. So before it arrives at Planning Zoning Commission, they go through the Planning Zoning Department, they engage an engineer, they come up with those specifications. And so, yeah, I mean, if it meets that criteria already, we would have known from Planning Zoning Department that it didn't meet certain criteria. And that's the process they work through over time with engineers before it gets here.
So the way that it's written, your advice is that it does meet the criteria the way it's supposed to be?
Yeah, on the legal side, I mean, I don't see a legal issue there.
Okay, thank you.
Again, and I have another question for the developer. Okay, so accessing Tres Caballos, with everything that's been said, it's 27 feet wide. You said earlier that the requirement was 34 feet wide, right? I'm curious, just on your opinion as a professional, as a developer, do you feel that that's detrimental? Is that a negative impact for everybody who's going to be accessing? Is there a safety issue in your professional opinion? I understand, I understand everything that's been said here, but I'm curious.
So codes change, and everybody's perspectives are different. I'll give you an example. In the city of El Paso, everybody went to smaller roadways, and they were looking at doing residential roadways 28 feet across the board at one point in time, until ESD, like the emergency fire department and everybody else, said, no, it's too narrow. If a car's parked, we can't get something by. Narrow, smaller roads slow traffic because it takes effort to get through there. I actually live on a right-of-way that's paved on a small road, and everybody slows down. So without looking at the traffic analysis, I couldn't tell you if it's a detriment or if it's going to be perfectly fine.
Okay, so if the TIA comes back and the TIA determines that it's not adequate and it's in writing and the TIA determines that, are you willing to go a different route? Such as a gate, for example, looking
No,
for
sir.
different options. If the TIA comes back and says this is a bad thing. You can't, this is detrimental to access through Tres Caballos. Are
In
you
all
at that point
cases-
willing to resubmit something different that would help, that would make it safer?
In all cases, we're proposing to connect to Tres Caballos.
In all cases, you're proposing to connect to Tres Caballos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm curious, the previous engineer was Conde Engineering?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you the owner of this engineering firm, or you're a representative?
Yes, sir.
You're the owner? Okay, what's your engineer, I know it's here somewhere, but what's the name of your engineering firm?
Trey and Associates?
Trey,
Trey, T-R-E,
Trey and
Trey.
Associates, okay, and you're the owner, are you, is it sole owner, or are there other?
No, I have partners.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So I think that, remember, this is planning and zoning, it's still gonna go to city council. Do we have an idea when it'll go to city council?
This Thursday?
The next city council.
Which is this Thursday, next Thursday?
No, I apologize. If we can get it to this Thursday's deadline, it would be on next week,
So best case scenario next week, if not
the first meeting in July,
in July?
which
Okay,
is a holiday, so it would be the second meeting in July.
second meeting in July. Okay. So, I think we're kind of at the end of the road. Everybody's been heard. We've looked for every tool in the toolbox to find some relief for everybody that's involved. I don't see it, right? That gives the residents, that gives Rene Rodriguez, gives everybody the opportunity to find it between now and city council, right? And if we do not vote on it, if we table it, it's gonna go to city council without requesting the TIA, the traffic impact analysis. So I will begrudgingly request approval so that we have the TIA, and I would invite the residents and everybody else that's involved to look at what the tools that we have available to us. And if you can find it, please take it to city council, because city council has another swing at it, okay? Yeah.
You want to take a vote?
Is there any more questions? Well,
Well, let's,
yeah, so we're kind of at the end of it, but city council will hear your question, and planning and zoning is open tomorrow at 9 a.m., right? So, again, I will, again, and not that we don't, I don't want to cut anybody off. I don't want to make you feel that you haven't been heard. But there comes a time when we have to come to a vote.
Okay,
I think, sir, excuse me, I think everybody's been heard tonight. And I think that I think Mr. Cisneros has brought up a good point. I think we vote on it, and I think city council takes, I think everybody's said what they have to say.
can you, okay, can you explain the process? That's a preliminary, it's going, just like Mr. Cisneros was saying, it's going to city council to approve. We're being asked to approve a preliminary plat, but there's still several other steps to the process in which time reorganization, other stuff, everything else that wants to be said, there is going to be several opportunities to bring that up.
Right, so, and again, for the general public, so today is the preliminary plat in front of Planning Zoning Commission, then goes to City Council. At some point in time, then there's a final plat that comes back to Planning Zoning Commission here, then that goes to City Council as well. So there's at least 4 steps on that process.
One of the other point of clarification too, if you can share with the public, one of the questions I had during executive council, if in the event that planning and zoning commissioners decide to vote in a way that we don't have the tools to decline this, what would happen, or what's the process that the developer, the engineers could take and still get approved, right?
Yeah, so, well, one of the things is, reason we go on executive session sometimes is that we can't divulge anything that would be not in favor of the city on legal advice, because it's considered attorney-client privileged information.
Okay.
And so we can't really discuss that, but I would say, to answer your question generally, the flip side applies to any applicant, which is they get a chance to be heard at planning zoning, then they get to the city council, same thing on the final plat. So they've got a chance 4 times as well to be heard as well. So that kind of answers.
Thank you. Anything else? Make a motion to approve along with staff recommendations, with the condition that the TIA be updated prior to the final plat approval.
I second.
I have a motion made by Enrique Cisneros to approve, second with condition for TA to be presented prior to final plat, second by Andrew Arroyos. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains?
Abstain.
Motion carried. Item number 11, consider and take action on a recommendation to the City Council on the development of a uniform development code to replace existing zoning, subdivision, and development related ordinance to encourage the development of strong, healthy communities. Ms. Quimito?
Thank you, Commissioner and Commission members. I would like your input and guidance on moving forward with the code rewrite. The City of Socorro identified ARPA funds as an opportunity to update our zoning and subdivision ordinances. There are several current planning initiatives that the city has ahead of us. Yeah, no worries. So I apologize that it's not up on the screen. Not a lot of graphics, really, it is just a lot of information. So we currently have a lot of challenges with our existing code. There's a lot of disconnect, a lot of things don't match. There's a lot of vague language. We have a lot of, as I began, current planning initiatives. There's a lot of development, a lot of new type of development that the City of Socorro is just seeing and has a taste of right now with Socorro Logistics, but more of that is coming, and it's not something that everybody is familiar with. The city codes that impact development need to be unified, and we need to help everyone in the community, one, be better acquainted with it, understand its impacts, be able to use it, and be able to reference it, and just to make it more user-friendly. And that is why we'd like to ask you to support us in trying to go toward a unified development code. So again, I mentioned the past couple of current planning initiatives. We're coming up on the end of our Passmore Shared Use Path, a development and project that was funded by TxDOT, a great opportunity for people to imagine more of those types of developments in older neighborhoods and newer neighborhoods. Rio Vista and Willoughby Road bridge replacement, things that need to be done, infrastructure that needs to be updated. Lots of instances of that across the city. Arterial 1, our future development. Are we meeting the needs of our current residents? How well are we planning for the future? If you look at the 2014 transportation plan, very few of those projected roads are being built. We're barely at the planning stages of that second one, Arterial 1. We've made great movement forward with Nuevo Hueco, and we continue to do that, but we still have a lot of work to do. Sparks Arroyo, another example of infrastructure needs that greatly impact the city at large. implementing our sidewalk master plan. Grants has gone after funding, different types of funding. Currently applying for a transportation alternative grant from TxDOT to increase the number of sidewalks throughout the city. Also, historic preservation. The design guidelines for historic preservation and Mission Corridor haven't been updated since they were first created. So our comprehensive plan, we have finally gotten on board with Matrix, our consultant, to help us update our comprehensive plan. Again, that was approved in 2014, projecting out the growth and development for the city to 2030. With this, we will begin work on the update in the third week of July and hope to bring you presentations about that path forward. A lot of what's going to come out of that document is going to only be able to be pushed forward with the tools that we need to develop. So that's the zoning code, the subdivision code, and that they all align. I've already mentioned some of our challenges with our existing code. We have limited zoning districts, outdated practices, vague language. It's a lengthy development review if you ask some developers. I don't know how you feel about the development process. But here's our opportunity to bring all of this and consolidate we can look at the zoning, subdivisions, bring in the guidelines for the historic mission trail so that they're not just guidelines, they actually are a part of the code, and we have ways to go ahead and attract the element that we need to bring to fruition the plan for the mission trail, at least the section that fits within Socorro. So I won't go over the zoning, different types of zoning. I know it's kind of getting late, but I really did want to get your input in moving this forward, presenting this to council, and getting their approval to move forward with the Uniform Development Code. The conventional zoning is very limited. There's only so many categories, and they're very strict about what can be used where. Form-based code is more about the uses, and it's a little more flexible. We have overlays, something that's on top of the existing zoning to help us to guide development. And all of these are great resources, but tied together in the Uniform Development Code would just make the process easier for everyone. A single regulatory document that guides development within a jurisdiction. This can include zoning and subdivisions, infrastructure requirements, design guidelines, any other things that might be missing now presently. This would be a really great time to bring those in, something like landscape requirements. So just in brief, we can just fix what we have and shore it up, or try to overhaul, get what's working, restructure it, simplify the language, make it a little clearer, make it a little more streamlined, and move forward with these new Unified Development Code. Again, also a process involving you, the Board of Adjustments, any of the stakeholders who have regular interaction with these codes, developers, real estate, neighborhood advocates. It would just be a community effort to get everyone's input on how to bring these up to maybe current standards, and also just more applicable to, or just more beneficial to the city as a whole. Does anyone have any questions?
Sorry, always ask siempre. Will we be seeing these as you're developing them, or what's the timeline, what's the process?
No, so this is just preliminary. We're gonna go ahead and probably go out for an RFQ to bring in consultants to help us maneuver all of these. A typical process could be, a year to a year and a half, depending on how much we wanted to fit into this.
And are we thinking it's going to be separate from what El Paso's doing?
El Paso doesn't have a unified development code. Their zoning is a little more form-based code. A lot of cities are moving towards this. Locally, the only one locally, the only one that I know is moving toward a uniform code is the city of Sutherland Park. And they're wrapping up their process, and they should be lining theirs up soon. But yes, everybody will be involved in the process and will be providing input, as much as input as we can, so that we can have a really good code. I noticed also just personally that there are a lot of changes. In just me going back and reviewing and looking up cases, there are lots of changes to the ordinances. And maybe if we shore up and tackle it all together, maybe we won't have that many, where it almost seems like every other council or every other month, somebody's changing something in the ordinance.
So for example, like on the landscaping, we can give our suggestions on, as to where we're moving towards, our landscaping
Yeah,
ordinances?
landscaping, the types of districts, the number of districts, really only have 2 residential districts in the city, or 3 agricultural, the mobile home district. How do we shore that up so that we're a little more flexible and allow for another good example is infill development. You know, how do we treat these big, huge subdivisions that have these little lots that were passed over? So somebody went through and said, yes, we want single-family homes, but now somebody's coming back through and they're like, well, that's a good spot for a duplex, a quad. So other things like that we can address and get. It'll come up as we go through the comprehensive plan update. And here in the code ordinance rewrite, we'll be able to shore up the tools to help those developments happen.
And when, sorry, I guess my question is also, when you say uniform, when we keep everything uniform, is it just for
It's
the?
one document.
For the city of Socorro, but, which means that it's gonna be completely different than El Paso, Horizon?
It may or may not, but it is specific to us. So yes, things that apply to us. So it's very easy for folks in, Horizon or another area to say, this is how we do things. Well, this is how we're going to do things.
I guess what the struggle sometimes is when you're looking for, how should I say it? When you have different projects in the city of Socorro, some construction companies or remodelers are gonna be like, we know it's different, we know it's something we don't do. So that's what I'm afraid of as well. But anyways, I'm sure we'll address all that as we're going.
I'll say that it sounds like a tune-up and an overhaul, I guess, right? And everything that's existing, I think we struggle a little bit. I think because of over the last few years, it's just been a huge demand of subdivisions and lot splits and now warehousing. And the existing code, I think, limits us quite a bit. And I think item number 10 was one of those, because, okay, so I'll go to, I think it's, you're taking on a great task. So good luck. We'll support you, whatever we can do, yeah.
And we need you to stay. We've been through two.
Like in 2 years.
No,
We've
3,
been
yeah,
through
you're the
3
third one,
in
yeah.
2 years, yeah.
I'm very happy here, so I don't plan on going anywhere.
That's right, I forgot about a couple of people.
Yeah, that's what I was like, what? For 2?
Yeah, there's been several. So, good luck, okay?
Yes.
Motion to approve? And I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I make a motion to approve, yes, ma'am.
Second.
I have a motion made by Andrew Arroyos to approve, second by Enrique Cisneros. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Anyone abstain? Motion carried. Item number 12, Planning and Zoning Commissioners Report.
Okay, so yeah, I know it's late, guys, I know it's late. Okay, so I didn't bring this up earlier, but I had it, and back to item 10, the covenants way back then, George Thomas, I'm familiar with George Thomas, he developed the subdivision way back then, right? So we all, everybody has a copy of the covenants right there, right? And so it's interesting right here, this highlight right here, right? George Thomas, you're aware of George Thomas, right? So brilliant developer back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's because of him and his knowledge, he became very wealthy, and because of him, a lot of the current builders exist today. I mean, we're all children of George Thomas back then, the majority, right? There are a lot of them that are coming in from Juarez and so on, but a lot of people are spun off of George Thomas homes. So back then, if we go back to the 80s of when Rancho Mirabal was established, it was way out in the boonies back in the 80s. And so I want to read what he said back then, just one of his paragraphs. Of course, the covenants are about this thick, but he put on there, construction time, item number 7, he put, the following restrictions pertaining to construction time are adopted for the purpose of promoting the orderly development of Rancho Mirabal Estates as a quality residential subdivision within a reasonable period of time, and to promote the health, safety, and desirability of Rancho Mirabal Estates. And so we have actually, we have this, and so it's just, to me, I'm thinking the insight that he had way back then of just trying to preserve a good community, as in the sense of the water rights. You can't, part of his covenants are you can't, like, the minimum lot size is 1 acre. So if anybody was to come in and want to subdivide, you can't because of the covenants. And so there'd be people in here, so everything's set in stone, for 1 acre lots, water rights, you're allowed horses. It allows for what do you call it? Not a homeowners association, but a community, everything's in there. So the insight that he had since way back then is just really interesting to me, because I knew him and I know his history. Unfortunately, he left the damn stub outs in place. And, I'm thinking, back then he was dealing with the city of El Paso, because the city of Socorro I don't believe existed, because everything on here is signed with the county of El Paso. And so I'm thinking maybe, in compromise and in foresight, he's thinking, okay, we're gonna leave the stub outs here. But he left them at 27 feet, and then I'm like, he failed a little bit, But with that said, and I've talked to different people on this, and I appreciate, everybody I think is putting forth the effort to, in the promotion of Socorro, right? And I appreciate you listening till 9:45 to the neighbors, okay? But I do want to ask that we put something on the agenda for next item for discussion. I've talked to a couple of different people within the city, and they're up for it, okay? And I see tonight as a battle, right? Phase 1 was like a 2 or 3 year battle, right? And okay, so here we are. So these residents are not going anywhere. They've been there forever, and they're going to continue. It's a lot of the same faces. So back in 2016, 2017, one of the things we had discussed was purchasing the outlets, which is Tres Caballos Street, Los Adobes, and Antigua Street. And it was something that zoning board at that time was willing to entertain, and the city council at that time was willing to entertain. When phase 1 was approved, zoning board and the city council was promised by a different developer, oh, don't worry, great deal, just like we heard from the other gentleman a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And so there was no follow through, right? And so now here we are, and everybody's like, damn. Vacating the streets, which is, I think that's the name of that's the proper term, the legal term, vacating the street. Okay, so that was a hot topic for hours, because they were trying, the citizens they were trying to purchase the streets, basically, purchase the streets. So I want to put that on the agenda for discussion, and for public discussion, or whatever we need to do to put it on the agenda so that we can move forward and start discussing that. And I wanted to, I don't know the process, I don't know the legalities behind it, but I want to find out. I want to take it to city council, I want city council to discuss it. What are the options? Are we into any legal territory? Where are we at? The covenants, how much weight do they carry? Okay, and so it says on here that 51% of the owners In other words, there's 50 lots, so 26% of them, or 26 of the owners, right, of the lots. The covenants state that if they get together and there's a petition to change something to that subdivision, or to add something to that subdivision, or if they want to change the covenants, let's say they do want to come down and split lots. In the covenants, there's a method to do that if 51% of the homeowners come in and say, okay, we vote within our community to change the covenants to allow lot splits. So it's in there. It's, now I'm asking, can we bring that on the table for discussion so that we can explore that for the benefit of the residents and for the benefit of Socorro? Because depending on how fast they move, they got the preliminary, the whole thing, I think it's worth a shot, right? And that's why I'm asking, what benefits are there for the city of Socorro? Well, give me something. And I want it on the record because I want to move forward with this, saying, okay, the developer's saying there's no, and if we vacate those streets and just dead end, but then you're mentioning, like earlier today, and the condemnation, right? And then what if you vacate halfway through an applicant wanting access? What happens? What does the city of Socorro, what options do they have? And can they do that? And it's worth a shot, it's worth a fight, it's worth a battle, or it really is.
Yeah, so I'll kind of mention, because this might answer some of your question. So, I mean, yes, you can put a discussion item, but to actually, what I'm hearing, what you're wanting to do, maybe the residents want to do, you guys probably should consult with a lawyer, because on the questions on your covenants, I'm saying you and the residents together should go talk to, hire a lawyer, have them review the covenants, because that's where the city can't pick and choose between residents. So, this is a little more complicated, it's a lot more people, but let's say there's one guy, the guy that lives next door to him, and they're in dispute over their covenants. Well, you can't go to the city and say, well, city, you decide for me. We can't give legal advice to either side. So really, we can't give legal advice to the applicant, and we can't give legal advice to the residents. But, whether enforceable, what you can do, and sometimes, it might be against the interest of the city. So you mentioned that they have a lot splits within the covenants. Well, my position might be different from city support, is that it doesn't have to follow the covenants for X, Y, and Z reason. I'm not saying I'm making a determination, I haven't read it, so I don't know. But, so that's where, probably is still go get your own legal advice. That's just for you guys, so you can work, rely on it. And the covenants is a different kind of issue too, because covenants are binding between the people that live in it.
Yes.
So you can sue your neighbor if he puts up a wall that he wasn't supposed to. And sometimes the cities can go in and enforce them. They've got some rights to enforce. They usually back off because it's between two neighbors. So in this case, and I don't know if those covenants are actually recorded with, you're not saying it's recorded on their development as well as, or is it just on yours?
No, record.
Low applicants, yeah.
No, that's a separate deal.
Okay.
Yeah, these covenants were recorded for Rancho Mirabal back in the 80s, the original. There's amendments
Yeah.
to them, and over the years, they've done a few things.
And some of them all sides of that, and I'll say I've been on both sides because I've represented developers that were trying to enforce covenants. I've gone against developers that were violating covenants. And, I'll tell you, I had one with the Coronado Country Club up there, where some guy went in there, and all the homes are kind of, it's a little older style, they're big lots. Somebody went in and he took one big lot, and the residents were paying attention, and made 3 little lots all of a sudden. And they went and they protested, they went to see the city planning commission, and lawsuit was filed, it was undone. But that's why you want legal representation sometimes. in some way.
Well, you can see that they're united, right? That subdivision is united, and I'll follow that advice, explain that to them. And so I'm asking if we can, I don't know what we need to do to put it on the agenda, but I just want to begin the exploring it so that it goes to city council, puts it in their ear, and then we go from there.
But I think
again,
In terms of staff reviewing what the current code code and
Yeah.
ordinances are regarding that. If there is a process, what is that process?
It's city
currently?
council, yeah.
For anybody. If
Yeah.
I wanted to vacate the back, my alley, what would that process be?
What's the process now? Back then, 2016, 2017, we had the same discussion. I was on that side. But the questions that were asked, the answers were, for example, yes, there is a process. Just like you're saying, there was talk of, okay, you guys need to unite. Who's buying, who's the owner? Is there a process for the city to sell? Well, yeah, it's an entity and it can buy and sell property. It's what I understood back then. And then, well, who takes ownership? Is it 51 residents or is it one resident? That's between the residents. There's title transfer, there's surveys, there's a whole thing, the replats. But back then, my point would be that was on the table, that was discussed. You know, whether it's on video or not, I don't know, but I'm telling you, because I heard it firsthand, we should have pushed it to vacate, and then I think we'd have a better chance at the condemnation part of it then. You know, if we now owned Tres Caballos, for example, the subdivision owned it.
So you're saying that the city sell the roads?
Sell the road. Sell the road. At that point, we understand that there's no more maintenance, there's no more, you know, but it was said today, the subdivision is self-sufficient. You know, that everybody takes care of the lawn, everybody does, the pavement, it's what it is, in the sense that the city of Socorro very rarely goes in there. Now, they do go in there and do some maintenance, but so the roads, for example, let's say that Tres Caballos was to sell. Let's just say I'm the owner and I purchased Tres Caballos, that inlet. Well, I would go in there and I would tear out all the asphalt, it's irrigation rights, build, it becomes my property, my personal private property. So that subdivision on, it's not Los Adobes Street, but there's another road leading to the subdivision on the other side, where it's a cul-de-sac, and both homes that are on this side, they meet in the middle, and so their lot is 1 acre over here, and then it kind of meets in the middle to where it's in the middle of the cul-de-sac, but it's not pavement, right? So instead of having an inlet there to another subdivision, they just designed it and came around, and now it's private property. And now, when it came to that subdivision wanting access, they couldn't have access because it belonged to the lots. So I wanted to put it on there and say, yeah, we would buy the entire inlets.
Yeah.
Maybe it sounds outrageous.
Yeah, I will tell you it's pretty tough because I don't know if any of you guys live near or on Frail Game Road. But a few years ago, I think it was 2016, 2017, one of those, there was rain and floods, and so the road got washed out. And the residents got upset here, so they came to Socorro and they said, we want you guys to pave the road. It's a dirt road. And so the city said, no, we've got the funding, we'll do it right now. We'll come up with it. So I was part of this, so we did the due diligence, everything. Turned out all the residents owned a piece of the road, like a little piece. When you put them all together, it made the road. And so they were asking for it, they were complaining that it's flooded, you guys aren't doing anything, city's ready, had bulldozers ready to go, asphalt. Then people started holding out. So it was the opposite. They said, yeah, we want you to build the road, this is your responsibility. The city said, we'll do it, we'll pay for it. You gotta pay me money. And then people started holding out. And then other residents came and got upset, why is there a road not being built? Well, your neighbor's asking for $50,000 for 10 feet of road. So I mean, there's a lot of problems, but I'll tell you that the city's general position, because I represent the city on this, is that if the roads have been there for a long time and the public had used them, then there's something called an easement by necessity, an easement by implication, which is people have driven on this road for 60 years, they've always driven through and don't need anybody's permission because it's open to the public. So you can't all of a sudden just close it off. Also, if you're selling anything that belongs to the city, it could be a tractor, it could be a police car, it could be a road.
Could go to auction.
It could be an auction, somebody else can go buy it.
And close it to you.
Yeah, because you can't sell something to somebody specifically from the city usually. It's very, very tough. This is why, unfortunately, I
crazy enough that it just might work. So can we put it on an agenda for public discussion?
Yeah, you can discuss any kind of ideas.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I don't know how to word it.
And this is to talk about that subdivision.
But I think what you're searching for is kind of a training on it.
Well, no, we'd like to move forward with it.
No, but
Training.
well, I mean, for planning and zoning, it's like, because who's going to discuss it? Because I don't know anything about it.
Well, okay, so.
That's what I'm trying to kind of figure out. Is it a training? Is it a discussion between us? I don't know anything about it.
I want to get to the point where we can ask the city of El Paso to consider consider vacating the streets. That was what was discussed in the past, right?
But now it'd be
the
this-
question would be to city council,
Yeah.
will you consider vacating the streets? If yes, okay. Will you consider vacating the streets? Yes. How do we go about that? Let's discuss that.
So I think,
Because like the attorney is saying, yeah, there's a whole host of issues, but I'm going again back on what was discussed. It's a possibility.
yeah.
It's a possibility, and so long as there's a possibility, we need to pursue it as residents of Rancho Viejo.
I would say like if it's a concern that you're thinking about now, I wouldn't hold back on it, wait. I would bring it up to city council now when this thing comes up.
That's why I want to put it on the agenda for next.
Yeah, and you can tell the residents they can all sign up for open forum so they can sign up and we can talk about things and you can talk about whatever up front in the meeting. Later on, if you sign up for the particular item, you can talk about that item, so. It's something you can raise, yeah, sure, I mean, it's.
Without it having to be on the, on an agenda item for the zoning board.
What is the process for a council person putting an item on the agenda for a resident or, you know, what I mean? So for me, for it to be an actual item.
Well, I think city council has to make that request, but as individual citizens, we can go up and anybody can sign up and have those 3 minutes, but then city council can decide to address that thing or not address it or just let it lie.
If it's presented at the beginning in public comment, it's just public comment. It's not an item for council to discuss.
Correct.
So you basically just go up there, state your concerns, state your points. City council thinks you, and if there's due diligence or something that needs to be followed up later, then that gets directed to the city manager, maybe comes back as an item later. But there's no action taken at that point, it's just an item for information.
And that's kind of what I want to clarify, that when you're talking about a discussion, I think everyone's open to new training and, you know, getting this schooling or education on what's out there. But when you're talking about, like, can we get a presentation on it? Are we going to discuss it amongst ourselves? Are we going to request that planning and zoning staff come back to us and say, this is what it is, this is how it plays out, these are the examples where it's used, this is where the unforeseen complications can come from? Because I just kind of want to kind of know where, I understand that that's something that, the way that I understood the conversation is if we want to change the covenants, will that changing the covenants help us or help the city, the residents stop this development? I don't know, it's not my field. I don't think changing covenants stops the development. My head is thinking, if there's a very small development that wants to subdivide and sell off other lots, there's probably more likely where they're gonna use it. Buying the street, I've never heard of that. That's why more than anything, it's kind of like, how do we get the most out of that conversation? Is it gonna be amongst ourselves, or are we gonna request that planning and zoning staff come back with a little kind of synopsis of what it does and what it is and how it works? I think would be more fruitful, but that's just my thinking.
Okay, I'm not sure if it needs to be something that comes from the city council and comes down, or it works its way up from the zoning board going up. I see or envision a replat, right? Because it would be a replat. By that point, everybody's on board, and there's a replat saying, okay, this lot comes to here, and then there's a street, and now it gets replatted to where the streets are divvied up between the homeowners. You know, nobody's landlocked, nobody's, the way it's structured out there, nobody would be landlocked, but there's engineering, there's, you know, surveying, the whole thing, the meets and bounds, whatever needs to happen. But I think it would be a replat, and just, we're basically adding City Street and adding it to existing parcels. In other words, if this is, you know, this is one lot right here and there's a street, then this boundary would be extended to the middle of that street. And then that becomes property of this homeowner. And that's it. Why not? But it's a question. Why not?
If I could interject, like,
It's a
let's say, anybody else in the city says, no, that's a city road. I want it to continue being a city road, even though I don't live on it. Well, I would have to guess that they have a claim to that road because it's a city property. So I don't know if it's, and this is just me thinking logically, I don't think it's.
We can look into it and discuss it and see what's the best approach to presenting this, but is this coming from the planning and zoning division, or is this a request from the residents of Rancho Mirabal?
I need
And
to-
then we, as staff, provide all the information that we need to move that.
Okay, so I can come talk to you as staff, and maybe we can work that out. I can come to you and say, okay, this is what we're thinking, we can draw it up or whatever, bring it, and say, this is what we're thinking of doing. And then, I know there's a lot of missing pieces, but, we as residents need to pursue it. So long as there's a little thread of, yeah, we need to pursue it. Okay, so, 10:05, guys. Thank you for your time.
Nothing else? Item number 13, Planning and Zoning Department report.
I think I caught up everybody with my slide on current projects, just that, keep an eye out for that invitation, hopefully coming that third week of July for more information on the comprehensive plans.
Thank you.
Oh, and thank you to
Sandra.
anybody who might have, I saw Mr. Cisneros on the call today with the North Loop.
Oh, yes,
North-
we got that.
Yeah, a stakeholder meeting for North Loop today at TechStop. That was really well attended. They got a lot of great feedback. And the next public meeting, which we would love for you all to encourage everyone to attend, is coming at the end of summer, the beginning. I think beginning fall.
So it's moving along pretty good, huh, that?
Yeah, it's rolling. So the more input, the better. And with that, thank you so much.
Item number 14, consider and take action on the adjournment of this meeting. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? I have a motion made by Andrew Arroyo to adjourn, second by Osvaldo Reza. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye. Sorry.
Any abstains? Motion carried, meeting adjourned at 10:06. Thank you.